Kalou constituency is a rural constituency. And remember, the former MP, the late David Keraho, was from Jubilee Party. We are exactly 1 year to elections of 2027, and it's a litmus test for the UDA party and a litmus test also for the opposition. Remember, Rigathi Gachagua has said this is his constituency. He wants to reclaim it. He wants DCP to stamp authority and to send a message perhaps to the ruling party. Therefore, you have seen enough machinery has been put in place, enough resources, quite a scare where even online people are saying, for you to receive this development, your member of parliament must die first.
Oh, no, no. We will not wish death on anyone at this point, though.
So at such a time, this reminds me of the Kiambaa by-election. We were towards the 2022 elections. And therefore, the outcome of this election will really give us a projection of what we expect in 2027, especially between the camp where Rigathi Gachagua will be and the camp of President William Ruto.
So, Melly, what I'm hearing, you're saying is that maybe probably is today, I would want to hear more, rather maybe understand what you're saying is today's vote primarily about replacing a member of parliament, that is the late Keraho, or is it also a referendum of in the political direction the Mount Kenya will take?
It is both. It is just having your cake and eating it at the same time. In as much as the whole Kalou constituency would want to replace their member of parliament, the opposition and the government would want also to show their might. For example, UDA would want to show that they still have a footing in the mountain. At the same time, the other side of opposition would want to show the ruling coalition that we have taken this part and this is the direction we are taking. Politics are emotive, and remember, we are a democracy. And since the fallout between the president and the former deputy president, there has been a lot of political temperature in the mountain. And remember, Nyandarua is the heart of Mau Mau, where freedom fighters came from, and or they were hiding at that time. So even looking at the voter turnout at the moment, that tells you this is a rural constituency where most people are farmers, and therefore they are available for this exercise. All the sides that are running at the moment have put enough resources. We have seen heated temperatures, and we want to see whether the 2-day break has actually taken us back to our sober minds, where we'll make decisions to elect a person who will go and serve the people of Kalou, a person who will bring development to Kalou, a person who will legislate the agenda of Kalou, a person who will represent the people of Kalou, and a person who will be a lawmaker for Kalou. And therefore, what is coming out clearly is that there are enough people that are running for this seat. Over 9 candidates at the moment, as I can see. The analysis shows that perhaps there are front runners in this race, and what we expect at the end of the day is a peaceful day. Remember, the government has put enough machinery to ensure that there is security. And sometimes we as politicians take that as a sign of intimidation to the people. A security issue sometimes is something that you are doomed if you are damned if you do, and damned if you don't.
If you don't. So yeah. I'm seeing you painting a picture that this indeed is what we call a political litmus test, so to speak, a test of governance and leadership. And the constituents of Ola Kalou have come out to raise a few issues that they'd want to address. The issue of infrastructure, youth unemployment, are some of the top, or rather low-hanging fruits that constituents of Ola Kalou want addressed. And just to remind our viewers, you can be part of this conversation. Get us on our socials, on X at KBC Channel 1. My X handle is at Ray Manyara. And maybe, Melly, you can tell us, everybody is online. Are you online, and how can
Yes,
people...
I'm online on TikTok.
Yeah. Oh, you're on TikTok?
Yes, Sammy Melly. If you search Sammy Melly, you'll find me on TikTok.
Oh.
Even on social media like Facebook, I'm also there, Sami Meli.
All right.
Yes.
And we also want to just make this clear that in the course of this particular conversation, these are entirely views of our experts, and they do not represent, the stand that the national broadcaster is taking in regard to this particular by-election. We are non-partisan. We're here to inform you on what is happening and try to predict the import of the outcome of this particular by-election. We have our reporters on ground who are keeping tabs on the situation. Polling stations indeed did open up at 6 a.m. as expected. Voter turnout, from what you have seen in the last few minutes, is impressive for a by-election. No case or incident has so far been reported in as far as the electorate being unruly. There is indeed order, there's security presence on ground. John Jacob Kiria there just told us that the constituents did arrive even before the polling stations began, and they continue to vote peacefully. I'm joined by Mike Megwe on the other side of the studio with his guest. Maybe he can bring us up to speed with what they're going to be tackling on the other side of the studio.
Oh yes, Regina, as you have rightly put, joined by Wafula Wakoko, who is the head of legal and advisory services, Office of Registrar of Political Parties. And given that this is a by-election that has attracted national attention and also heightened scrutiny of electoral conduct and enforcement, it brings about the responsibility of political parties. And Wafula, from where you stand, beyond sponsoring candidates and from a legal perspective, what other responsibilities do political parties have, whether it's a by-election or during a major election?
Thank you so much, Mike, for having me. At the top of the list, and now that we are in this by-election phase, political parties, number one, are required to present and have agents in the polling stations. So that we expect that all these political parties that are fielding candidates in the all Kalou by-elections have agents. Number two, political parties, beyond sponsoring candidates, are required to ensure they are the first check to ensure that the people they are sponsoring are actually qualified and meet the standards that have been set in law. And then I think finally, and just as a preliminary issue, is that political parties are required to ensure that they conduct themselves in a way that sticks to the principles of Article 81 of the Constitution in terms of ensuring that elections are conducted in a peaceful, free and fair manner.
And given that they are also supposed to recruit members, develop policy, and also educate voters and field candidates, you know, there is the law and there are those who go against the law. For instance, if a party goes against the law or breaks the law during campaigns, where does a responsibility begin? Does it start and end with the political party or with the candidates?
It is a shared responsibility, really, because we have a number of actors in that space. For instance, we have political parties themselves, we have candidates, we have the register of political parties who's mandated to regulate political parties, we have the IEBC, which is mandated to conduct the elections and supervise the elections. When it comes to political parties have party constitutions and party nomination rules, which demand that their members and party members conduct themselves in line with the provisions of those documents. And where they are flouting those documents, then political parties have mechanisms to hold them to account. And number two, when it comes to the register of political parties, it boils down to the Political Parties Act and the party constitutions that these political parties have registered and recorded with the register of political parties. So that is also another phase of holding them to account.
Yes.
When it comes to IBC, given its mandate in the Constitution, still under Article 88, IBC is required to ensure that these political parties and candidates are adhering to the Electoral Code of Conduct that they sign during the election period. And again, that reminds me again, Mike, that we have the Code of Conduct for political parties that all political parties sign at the point of registration. And this code applies all through, whether it's an election or whether or where there's no election. And if that code is flouted, then there are provisions under the Act on how the registered political parties can go after political parties that are flouting the Code of Conduct for political parties.
Yeah, we'll come back to that, but right about now, I want us to cross over to Kalou, where our reporter Giverson Minor is on standby. Giverson, if you can hear me, bring us up to speed with what is happening or has happened so far in Kalou regarding voter turnout and matters of preparedness, and when, if IEBC officials showed on time in the place that you are in. Giverson, if you can hear me. Yes, what you're seeing there is live images from Kalou, where by-election is taking place, and our reporter Giverson will be bringing us up to speed with the events as they unfold. And one of the things, yeah, we can cross over to Giverson. Giverson, if you can hear me, bring us up to speed with what is happening so far with the election, the by-election in Kalou.
Now we're coming to live from AC Primary School, in just a few meters from the CBD of Kalou town, Kalou constituency. And as you can see behind me is a very, very long queues of the electorate of the Kalou constituencies, and they have woken up so early. Actually, when we were reporting here at about 6:05, we got late a bit because of some issues here and there. We actually were meeting people on the road telling us they had already voted, and I can tell you it's hundreds and hundreds of people have already voted, and they have gone their way home. And still behind me is lines of people in queues waiting to vote. And so far, we've not been able to hear any cases of hiccup or any challenges so far. Actually, people we've spoken to, I don't know whether I can talk to that lady for a moment. And they're telling us it's so smooth here. It just takes about, I think, 1, 2, or 3 minutes of your time to ensure that you vote. And remember, yesterday, IBC actually said they're only using the KIMS kit to identify the voters here and not any other way. And so far, that's how things are actually here. And over 4,000 people. This is actually the AC Primary School polling station is one of the largest polling stations across the Kalou constituency. And it has over 4,000 voters. And you can see, let me speak to her. Karibu sana madam. Tueleze jina lako na tuambie umeamka mapema sana kupiga kura, ni kwa sababu unataka kwenda shughuli zingine ama ni sababu gani?
Nimekuja asubuhi.
Tuanze jina lako.
Naitwa Lucy. Mimi nimekuja hapa Kalou kuvote ndio niamue ni nani nataka akuwe MP wangu.
Ni kazi gani ambayo iliachwa na mbunge aliyetuacha, ambayo unataka mbunge ambaye atakayeshinda uchaguzi wa leo aweze kutimiza?
Kazi ile nataka afanye ni kuangalia mambo ya masomo sana. Juu watoto wengi hawasomi juu ya kukosa karo ya shule.
Na je, baada ya hapa una shughuli zingine za kwenda kufanya? Mpango wako wa siku ni mgani?
Mimi nitaenda kwa shughuli zangu za kila siku. Pahali ninafanyia kazi, nitaenda niendelee na kazi yangu.
Unavutia katika laini gani? Uko laini, nasikia kuna G, kuna J.
Mimi niko kwa laini ya L, juu jina langu ni Lucy.
Asante sana. Asante sana kwa kutuongelesha.
Asante.
We will continue, of course, speaking to even others. Let me just speak to one or two. They're woken so up early. Habari yako mzee? Umeamka mapema sana. Mapema sana.
Kabisa.
Ni shughuli, uko na shughuli nyingi za kufanya, ndio umeamka mapema. Shughuli gani?
Niko na shughuli nyingi za kufanya. Niko na shughuli nyingi za kufanya, lakini nimeamka mapema ili nitimize lengo langu la kufanya kuweka kura yangu. Ili nitenganishe kila ni nani atakaye kuwa mbunge wetu. Na ndipo nikaamuka mapema nimalizie hili jambo alafu ningojee matokeo.
tangu mbunge David Kerau aage dunia ni miezi kama 3-4 hivi. Ni mambo gani ambayo unadhani yanafaa kutimizwa na mbunge ambaye atakashinda uchaguzi wa leo?
Kila kwanza ni ya kwamba ni awe akichaguliwa ashikilie lile lengo, kwa maana kama sasa hatuna mbunge, hakuna CDF inakuja, na ile milani ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa angalau ikaweze kuendelea na kutimiza, na ili akaweze kuwajibika katika eneo letu kama mbunge wetu.
Asante sana kwa kuzungumza na KBC. Sijui niongee na mwenzangu pia hapa kidogo tu. Huyo ana shughuli zingine. Habari yako? Uniongeleshe kidogo. Kidogo. Tuambie jina lako na umeamka mapema.
Mimi naitwa Maina. Nimeamka mapema ndio nipige hizo shughuli za kupiga kura. Ndio siku ikuwe mzuri.
Asante sana. We continue, of course, speaking to the people who are in line to vote, and who are, of course, we wait for those who are finished to vote to tell us their sentiments and how they feel about the All Kalou by-election. And I was telling you, the AC Primary School polling station is one of the largest polling stations across the whole constituencies, with about 4,000 registered voters, and so far we've witnessed hundreds and hundreds of them. Actually, they have finished to vote, they've gone back home, and still more are coming, more and more. And here actually at the SC Primary School we have about 7 streams. You can say this is a stream, this is a stream number 1, 2, 3, this is stream number 4. We have another stream 5 and 6, and I think 7 streams of queues or lines of the voters of all Kalou constituencies who are coming to vote. And so far, security is so tight. The policemen and women are here, both uniformed and non-uniformed. Actually, the Land Cruiser is just parked inside the polling station. There are no any cases of hiccups or challenges we've been able to see so far. And I was telling you that the IBC, they are using the KIMS kit to identify the voters, and they're not using any other ways or the manual ways, if you like it. And so far, everybody, I think they have been able to be identified through that the KIMS kit, and that's how things are actually right here. And just to remind you, this is where the contender, the DCP candidate, Sami Ngodho Kamau, is expected to come here and cast his ballot at about 9 a.m. And so we'll keep it here and just ensure we give you a live picture of the DCP candidate, Samuel Ngodho Kamau, as he cast his vote at this particular place. And of course, we are scattered out, in various polling stations across the All Kalou. We are also in Huruma, where one of our very own reporter, John Jacob Kuria, is also bringing you a live coverage of this particular by-elections. Back to you in studio for now.
Many thanks there, Giverson Minor, for bringing us up to speed with the events as they unfold in All Kalou, and we shall be bringing you other updates as we continue with this analysis. Coming back to a discussion of political parties and their responsibilities, Wakoko, we've had other by-elections and even elections in this nation. From where you stand, how can you term the conduct of political parties within Kenya? Do they take their responsibilities seriously?
I think we have to contextualize political parties in terms of what are the elements of political parties. When you look at our legal framework, when we speak of political parties, we are referencing the party members, we are referencing the party officials, we are referencing even supporters. So that sometimes a political party has supporters who are not necessarily their members. When it comes to how seriously they take their responsibility, again, I think we have to look not just during an election period, but even way before. We've seen political parties going around the country recruiting members to their parties. We've seen political parties advocating for certain policies through their, let's say, MCAs or parliamentarians, which speaks to their role under Section 4 of the Political Parties Act. We've seen political parties committing that they want to see duty bearers in the election space, in the governance space, conducting themselves and conducting elections and regulation of political parties in line with the law. we've seen political parties going to the people to seek views so that they're able to advance those policies at the legislative level. So I would say that the political parties are taking their duties seriously.
Mm-hmm. And one recurring criticism that political parties face during elections is they appear to be very active during an election or between electoral cycles. When you look at it, are Kenyan political parties becoming stronger democratic institutions, or they are largely vehicles centered around personalities?
It could be debatable, Mike, because I think we have to also look at the history of where we've come from as a country when we talk about political parties, and also recalling that the function of our political party is not confined to participating in election alone. But again, maybe Michael also blame you without blaming you that we only get to see a lot of attention to political parties when it comes to elections. So that right now we have 98 political parties, but the media seems to focus on perhaps just a select few. So that could be, in as much as that elections is the biggest platform to enable that the governance of the country is realized, we have other functions. It would be unfair to call political parties vehicles for elections. It's only that our attention seemed to go to the political parties during an election period. There are other things that they do, and if you look at Section 4A of the Political Parties Act, there are other functions that political parties do undertake. Yes.
And also, still on political parties, because it's something that Kenyans or party members align to, but from where you stand, are they largely ideology-driven or just, again, personality-driven?
I think we have to unpack this aspect. I think the available scholarship, Mike, shows that historically political parties have been formed around personalities. That has been appreciated by the research that has been done. All the way from independence up to the run up to the second wave of multi-party democracy, whereby political parties were being formed around personalities and ethnicities. And you also have to appreciate that up until 2008, we did not have a law specifically that was dealing with the registration and regulation of political parties. So that it is only after the 2007 election when we meet the Political Parties Act of 2007 that now we have parameters on how a political party can be formed. But yes, it is true to appreciate that historically political parties have been formed around personalities. When we gift ourselves with the 2010 Constitution, we decided as Kenyans under Article 91 of the Constitution that they are basic requirements that a political party must have. And drawing from Article 91 of the Constitution, Parliament enacted the Political Parties Act of 2011. This Political Parties Act gives the elements that a political party must meet. For instance, a political party must have a governing body which has to reflect regional diversity, the face of Kenya. A political party must have party members who have to represent also the face of Kenya, at the very minimum 24 counties. So I think there has been an improvement, both on paper and practically, in moving away from personality-based political parties because of the law. But again, Mike, if you are to be the Secretary General of Wakoko Political Party, there are people who might want to be associated with that political party because they know you. So it is something that perhaps is engraved in people to associate political parties with certain personalities because of perhaps the stature of those people in society. I'm just reminded of at some point in the 1950s, where political parties, Kenyans could only form district-level based political parties. district level political parties, if you look at back at that time, this boils down to almost an ethnic. If we talk about a district, if I come to your county, for instance, I'm likely to find that a particular people, a certain ethnicity or a certain people are the majority there. So this is something that has come from the colonial times, that was engraved in us, that people were only allowed to form district level political parties at some point just after the declaration of state of emergency. But where are we today? Where we are today, I can say without fear without contradiction, that political parties are now formed along the lines of regional diversity, not along personalities, because of the laws that we've gifted ourselves as Kenyans.
Let me rope in Wakili Wairimu Gatacha. Karibu, first of all, karibu sana. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Yes, and the focus is on Kalou, but right about now we are just talking about political parties and their responsibility. And based on what Wakoko has said, there's something he has brought about. There's the aspect of stature versus ideology. From where you stand, what do you think Kenyans align to when it comes to political party? Is it ideology or just stature? Just because someone is, I know someone, or someone is famous, where do they, what direction do Kenyans take?
Thank you, Mike, for having me, and I'm very honored to be in the same panel.
Kidogo too. I will come back to that, but I'll come back to that once you're fixed with the mic. But you've said about regional diversity, but we are still, there's the aspect of ideology. We'll come back to that, but right about now, Regina, even as you engage your guests, there's a question I have that is bothering me. When you look at the election, the by-elections that are happening, and maybe one of your guests can answer this, do you think our politics are permanently election-driven or just governance-driven? Which is which?
That's a good question, because you just pick it up from where we wanted to take this conversation. We've listened to your panel discussing matters of, regulation as well as political parties. And on this side, we're looking at politics as well as governance. And I'm joined by three gentlemen. At the far end, we have Muriuki Ndwega, who is a government expert, governance expert. Next to him is Sami Meli. Thank you very much. He made it in time, political analyst. And just next to me is none other than Peter Mutuko, who is a governance and leadership expert. So we want to look at the import of this particular by-election, because we may not know the winner at this point, but we know it's going to have quite the impact on governance and leadership. And as we continue keeping tabs with our teams across the constituency throughout the morning, we're getting reports on what is happening there. Already a high turnout at the various polling stations. We have so far sampled 2. Among them, AC Primary, where DCP candidate Sami Kamau is expected to be casting his vote at around 9 a.m. We also heard from John Jacob Curia from Huruma Primary School there in Kalou, where Samuel Mushina of UDA is expected to be casting his vote there. We'll be keeping tabs on that, and we also want you to be part of this conversation. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1. Tell us what you think about the by-election and the import of this after, the outcome. Now, let me, I had a question from Mike there. Do you think that we are led by governance and leadership, or is it affiliated in as far as, political lines are concerned? Better yet, what typically do you think motivates voters? Is it party loyalty, individual candidates, or the development records? Let's start off with the far end. That is Muriuki Ndwega. What is your take in regard to that?
Thank you very much, and good morning. It is very simple. We have seen that in this country, politics are like a continuous process. Immediately we are through with an election, people embark on campaigns for the next election. And I would say it is very unfortunate that the Member of Parliament for all Kalou passed on, and now we have to get a member of parliament through a by-election. First of all, I'd like to wish all the best to the people of all Kalou, to ask them to vote consciously, to ask them to actually get in somebody who can bring some developmental change and have a future secured.
So you want them to focus on development? On development.
Right. Unfortunately, they cannot know right now who can be able to bring in development, because we have seen the government trying to do a lot of things, like giving out mattresses. They have taken 2 boats to Lake Olbolosat. They have also continued to do a few things, and unfortunately, when we raise these issues, because it's a matter of governance, when IBC spoke about it, they said not every handout necessarily means bribery.
Indeed, because if you look at some of the spot check reports that we did as KBC Channel 1, some of the issues that were raised by the constituents was the issue of improved infrastructure.
Correct.
They want capacity building to deal with youth unemployment. So more or less they were saying this is what the constituents want, and that's why we are here. But hey, that is your opinion. We want to say that we are devoid of biasness here.
Correct.
Whatever
Correct.
is being shared here is purely the opinion of our panel of experts there. We stand here to just make the facts known in regard to that matter. So for you, Muriuki Ndwega, you're looking at, you'd want the constituents who've made their time, woken up even before 6 a.m., lined up at the various 144 police stations to work and focus on development. But they cannot know at this point because they
have not yet
all right.
elected.
Now let's hear from Melly. Is it party loyalty, individual candidates, or development records that motivates voters?
Now, I think this is where sometimes we miss it, because we fail to understand the functions and duties of a member of parliament. A member of parliament has 3 functions: legislation, representation, and oversight. When we put such expectations on a member of parliament, at the end of the day we miss it. One is that a member of parliament has a CDF committee which has been working. Even when the member of parliament had passed on, there's a CDF committee which was running the projects that were supposed to be implemented. And quote unquote, this was construed or misunderstood as being voter bribery, because there are activities that have to be done. There are development projects that have to be delivered, and perhaps they had been scheduled. If you look at the PSS and the cabinet secretaries, they have a diary where they do things at a certain time. And remember, all this was coming towards the end of a financial year, and therefore things had to be done and finished before the end of the financial year. Now, when we come now to the people, if they want development, they should look for somebody who can lobby for them that development. It is not just about political heavyweights. Sometimes we go with politics. We go with the euphoria of politics, and at the end of the day, we choose the wrong person. And we start crying that the development is not coming our way. This is where member of parliament should knows which routes to go, especially when development is delayed. I have seen members of parliament lobbying at Kura, others lobbying at Kenha, others going to Women Enterprise Fund to look for it, others going to follow the Youth Enterprise Fund to make sure that these things come to their constituency. And that is why, if we have the right legislator in parliament, if we have the right representative in parliament, and if we have the right person who can do oversight, sometimes we do this, then the person cannot even explain themselves in parliament. And that's why they sit in backbenches, or they just come in parliament, sign, and disappear. Right. And they tell you that they are representing you. How do you represent the people when you don't show up in parliament?
Good question. So from where you're sitting as a political analyst, you'd want someone who can deliver on their mandate.
Yes.
Yes, who can lobby.
Yes.
Someone who understands, the law and such, because the role of a member of parliament actually is legislature.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So let's bring in Peter Mutuku. What do you think? Is it the individual, development, or political party affiliation?
Good morning, Kenya. It has been about political parties. And that should not be the case, because there are some regions you'll hear that this political party belongs to this region, and this political party is for our people. But the issue of just electing a person because he belongs to a certain political party is sort of taking us back to the 60s. We are too old to be taken back to 60s. Now we are grown-ups. But you need to make a sober judgment and elect such a person that will do the following, as he said: representation, legislation, and oversight. And for me, allow me to entertain a different thoughts from my brother Meli, that this member of parliament, upon election, it's not a must for him to have the capacity to lobby. The capacity to lobby is not his business. We should have systems working that whether you know how to lobby or not, equity is enjoyed across the board. But the issue of electing somebody who doesn't have the capacity to represent you, to go and make laws, as he says, when it is time to dissect existing laws and see whether you can create new ones, you are absent. And then you don't even, you must have some skills and capacities to oversight.
All right.
You cannot oversight the executive if you don't have some skills. So it's upon the people, like now we are talking about Olkarau, that people elect the right person.
Okay.
They forget about the political parties, because the most unfortunate thing, all those political parties they are talking about, they are their own political parties. But you can look at it as 9 candidates. It is 8 candidates against 1.
8 candidates against one. Well,
we'll
we will get to that point. We'll get to that point. Now, there's the Kiharau factor, and I'd want to hear from you. What do you think he actually held that position for 13 years? Yes, looking at the track record of Kalou constituency. So was support for the late MP, driven by his personal development record or by the party that he was representing? And can a political party, can that political capital be transferred to another candidate? Because that is what we are currently seeing. And that's the conversation that most governance experts and political analysts have been churning up.
Let's look at the late architect David Kiharau.
Yes.
Having been elected there for the last 13 years, he was serving his 3rd term.
Yes.
He must have done something that even was for him to be elected on Jubilee. Because the Nyandarua constituency as a whole, that time it was a UDA zone. It's only, I think, two constituencies elected 2 guys from Jubilee. For him to have been elected on Jubilee, he must have done a good job.
He must have done something.
And
so
now,
it is his track record.
I have
Let's
an
hear
issue.
what Melu has to say.
Before Meli says something, there's something that is burning in my head.
Yes.
Before, when we lost Kiharau, it was good manners, for a lack of a better word, to allow a candidate in Jubilee to contest.
It was good manners. That is your opinion.
And let's not Johnny come and start talking about another candidate.
Okay. Let's hear from Meli. What do you think?
First, Aribet, already there's a candidate called Wilson Kigwa from Jubilee. So Jubilee has a candidate, so there's no problem. Kiharau, having led that constituency for that considerable time, means that he was a person of his word, a person who delivered what the people of Kalou wanted. Remember, there was a wave of UDA at that time, as Dr. has said it here. So there was a wave, and he came against the wave and came with Jubilee, a party that was not wanted at that time. That tells you that these people of Kalou, perhaps they are going for the person they think will deliver for them. We might have had all those political euphoria, but the people of Kalou are going this morning to decide on who will deliver like David Kiharau.
So they are looking for someone who is going to continue with Kiharau's legacy. 13 years is not a mean feat, especially in the political scene. What is your take, Dwiga?
Number one, I would like to say that the people of Kalou understood what it means to have, or rather to play issue-based politics, other than personalized politics. And that's why they would elect Kiharau for that period, even when it's against the wave. It is also important to know when my brother talks about somebody should have negotiated for Jubilee to feed the party, I think in this country we practice open democracy, so we do not have to inheritance. This politics of inheritance is actually overtaken by events. What the people
of inheritance.
Yes, that one has already been overtaken by events, and we must understand that the members of parliament or senators as a whole, their work is not to lobby. If you want anything done for your constituency or for your constituents, there is what we call the budget process. So that if you want any issue handled, whether it's issues of roads, issues of technical colleges or universities, you start from the budgeting process, of which the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury is supposed to issue in about a month or 2 months' time, so that now the budget cycle starts. So there is nothing like, like what we are seeing today in Kalou during the last days of the campaign, the issue of mattresses, like I've talked about it. Because there is what the people desire. There is what we call public participation in our constitution. Did the people meet? Did they say we want mattresses? Was there any such a thing carried out? What we call public participation. Did the people decide?
Did the people decide
that this is what we want?
All right. We will be answering that. It's getting hot here. Remember, all eyes are focused on all Kalou by-election. Their voter turnout has already been termed as quite high for a by-election. Electorate were at the various polling stations, 144 of them as early as 5:30, waiting for the doors to open at 6 a.m. When we did a spot check in the early hours of this morning at around 6:15 thereabout, is that they had already queued. It is peaceful, presence of security apparatus, just as government had promised there, and IEBC. So far, no issue to be reported, and we'll continue keeping tabs on what is happening on ground for the better part of the morning. So as we take our first breather, I'd want to highlight one of the headlines that we have on our various dailies here in studio, and maybe my panelist of political analyst, that is Melly, as well as flanked by governance experts. We have Peter Mutuko as well as Muriuki Ndwega. Why all Kalou's vote is a litmus test for Ruto and Gachagua. That is just one of the headers that we have on our various dailies here. Why all Kalou vote is a litmus test for Ruto and Gachagua. Whereas you've also had the Standard is what they have said on their end, Rigathi versus Ruto. It seems it's a D-Day in all Kalou, and when we come back up, after this breather, we're going to try to put that into context. Remember, you can be part of this conversation. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1. My X handle is at Ray Manyara. We take a quick breather, but all eyes remain focused on all Kalou by-election.
Such a strange one where it's about on the eye, you look and you think he's not the centre forward, but his stats in a Spanish jersey are absolutely brilliant.
Foul on Elise by Marco Correa, and a yellow card for him as well. Into the stomach, but called as a free kick. And then he goes back for seconds. So, yeah, OK, probably yellow's fair enough in the end. It's a yellow card each.
Silly Cucurella. I'm a big fan of his. I love how aggressive he is in 1v1 situation, but that yellow card really stifles his aggression.
mwachie usiaibike. Anyway, ukitaka kutazama mchezo yote iko KBC.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera, or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers, moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
Located along the ranges of Nyandarua, Kalou constituency covers approximately 1,109 kilometers squared. Kalou is the headquarters of Nyandarua County. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, has registered 73,480 voters who are expected to exercise their democratic right of voting in the 144 gazetted polling stations. Kalou constituency consists of 5 wards, namely Karau, Rurie, Kaimbaga, Mirangine, and Kanjuererej. The constituency is predominantly agricultural, with thousands of residents depending on farming and livestock keeping for their livelihoods. Irish potatoes are the leading cash crop and are grown extensively across all wards. Maize, beans and peas are also cultivated on a large scale. Cabbages and carrots are largely grown in Rurie ward, which is renowned for intensive horticultural farming. Fruit farming is common in parts of Mirangine, Kaimbaga and areas bordering the Aberdare ecosystem, where farmers grow avocados, tree tomatoes, plums, pears and apples. Dairy farming is another major economic activity, with farmers supplying milk to processors and markets within and outside the county. Key landmarks include Lake Olbolosat, the only natural lake in central Kenya and an important habitat for birds and wildlife, as well as Kalou Arboretum, one of the country's notable forest recreation sites. Infrastructure development has continued to improve connectivity within the constituency. The revival of the Gilgil Kalou Nyahururu railway line is expected to enhance transportation, lower the cost of moving goods and services, and stimulate trade and tourism. The area is also served by major road networks linking it to Nairobi, Nakuru and Nyahururu and neighboring counties. Geshoke Washira, Channel 1 News.
Welcome back. You're tuned to KBC Channel 1 on Good Morning Kenya this morning. We are all focused on Kalou. The election is already underway. And just to give you an overview of what we expect in as far as the polling stations, we have 72,000 registered voters. That's according to the IBC register. We have already a population of around 142,476 persons in Kalou constituency. Remember, this is in County 031, that is Nyandarua. Now, the constituency itself has 1,109 kilometers squares in as far as its landmass. And as I mentioned earlier, 144 gazetted polling stations as we speak. Now, if you're wondering if constituents of Kalou made it in time for this what has been termed as a litmus test, not only for our IEBC, the new leadership, but also for politics in as far as the government and the Mount Kenya basically is concerned. Now, total registered voters, as we mentioned, are above 72,000 there. The voters there, as you can see on your screen, they arrived way before 6 a.m. We are keeping tabs. No incident has been reported yet. It seemingly is quite very calm. All of them queuing. They're using the biometric kits there, as we learned from our teams on ground. And as far as the demographic is concerned, both the young and relatively old have already been seen getting to their various polling stations that are spread across the 5 wards in all Kalou constituency. For the better part of the morning, we have been seeing voters continue to line up and stream in and walk off peacefully. It's a by-election that has already been termed quite high in as far as the voter turnout is concerned. And questions have been asked, is it because it is heated or considered a hot by-election, so to speak, or is it according to the trends that we've had from not only Nyandarua, but specifically in all Kalou? Over the years, the voter turnout has always been high from the reports that we got earlier from IEBC. Now, Mike, over to you. Before we took that quick breather, we were just sampling some of the various headlines that we have on our dailies that are here in studio. And one of them was, why is the all Kalou by-election a litmus test between President William Ruto and a former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua? Maybe you can pick it up on that end, since you're discussing IBC and matters politics on that end. Take it away, Mike.
And that is in line. And also, before we even went on a break, there's something that Wakoko said that I think is of interest. What attracts Kenyans to political parties? Is it the stature of the person who owns the political party, or it's the ideology? And what is the responsibility of the party, or whose responsibility is it to ensure that party members understand the ideology of the political party? I want to bring in Wakili Philomena Gatacha, who is an advocate of the High Court, to chime in on this issue. From where you stand, is it about the stature or the ideology? Second, whose responsibility is it to ensure that party members really understand the ideology of the political party?
Thank you so much, Mike. First of all, on the question of are the voters in Kenya currently, are we mostly focused on the stature of the political leader of a certain party, or are we looking at the policies, ideologies of the party? I think we are doing fairly well in terms of being able to assess and being able to separate political affiliation from what a particular individual, because leadership is an individual choice. You pose yourself out there as a political candidate, as an individual, and over the past 3 months we have been able to, the people of all Kalou have been able to be explained to by the various political candidates for that position on what they plan to do, on what their plan is, and how they want to change and how they want to bring development to all Kalou. All Kalou in particular is a very good point of reference when it comes to observing whether political affiliation or individual vision and leadership of a leader ought to be considered. When we go back to 2022, during a time when the UDA was the significantly popular party within the mountain region, the people of all Kalou re-elected a candidate who came and vied under the Jubilee ticket. And have we seen what he has been able to do for the people of all Kalou? Yes. As a country, there are so many lessons that we can take. Actually, most parliamentarians can be able to take so many lessons from the leadership of the late David Kiaraho. So today, I am very confident that as the people of Olkalau have done in the past, they'll also be able to make a good decision, not based on slogans, not based on party affiliations, not based on party colors, but based on what they want for their region and who is the best person who is suited.
Yes.
Of course, the main political actors play a very big role because, as we have seen in the headlines, it is between the former deputy president who has posed himself as the king of the mountain and the president, His Excellency the President, William Ruto, who continues to enjoy some support across the country. So it is a very serious battle, but I hope at the end of the day, the people of Olkalau can know that the election is a one-day event, but the decisions that leader will make will affect the families living in Olkalau every single day.
Yeah, and still on you, Wakili, you know, as a country, we usually experience and see party defections, especially towards the electioneering periods. And these defections include elected leaders. And it raises questions about whether the voters elected the person or the party. My question to you here is, does frequent party switching undermine voter confidence in political parties as democratic institutions?
Political parties are generally outfits that leaders or other politicians use so that they can be able to achieve and be able to attain that political position that they are vying for. And I want to imagine if I were to vie for any position, I would want to look at the party that most identifies with my vision. That is where I would want to place my candidature. Secondly, that one will not be affected by popularity or lack of popularity in the future if my ideologies are aligned to that party. So it begs the question, are our politicians who sometimes have questionable leadership skills, are our politicians aligning with certain parties because of the ideologies they share or because of their popularity on the ground? And continuously we keep challenging the electorate to be aware. Like today we are going to have with their panel and everywhere else, we are going to have a very good opportunity to deliver civic education to the electorate. What should we be able to look out for? Beyond the supremacy battle between certain political actors, because the election will be done by the end of the day, today by 6 p.m., right? But that is a one-day event, and there must be a winner and there must be a loser. But what comes afterwards? Will the people of Olkalau be happy with the choices that they have made? Will every other Kenyan everywhere be happy with the choice that they have made? Today we can see the preparedness of the IEBC. I remember, Mike, 1 year ago, I sat in a panel in this very studio, and we were discussing the vetting and the appointment of the IEBC board. I remember we passionately gave our views on what we expect, on how we expect they will show and exhibit their integrity. And I can say right now, given the preparedness and given the actions that they have taken, they have actually been able to achieve that which we hoped that they would achieve. Secondly, if it is the security deployment there, given the recent history of the violence, it is important for us to ensure that security is mostly tightened today within El Kalou, so that every registered voter walks in and out of the polling station and back to their home, knowing that they have been safe, knowing that their vote will be safeguarded, and knowing that there will be a free, fair, transparent, and a credible election.
Wakoko, I also want to hear your views on this matters of party switching. Does it undermine voter confidence in political parties, which are supposed to be seen as democratic institutions?
Thank you, Mike. But allow me to take you back a bit.
Okay.
There's something that you said about political party ownership. Political parties are owned by party members and Kenyans generally. So that what we had before the 2010 constitution is not a reality anymore. So it's not that this political party belongs to one individual. Then also, number two, I thought it's important for us to think through when we say a party ideology, what does that mean really? It is, what does this political party stand for? So, I mean, because of the issues that we face in Kenya or in the global south generally, most the citizens would want to realize, is there access to health, is there access to education, food, housing, etc. So that is what I would think our political parties try to propagate because of the problems and the issues we face. Back to your question, Mike, party defection and whether it affects party confidence.
Yes, in political parties.
Number one, party defection is actually a legal issue. So that once in a while we'll see in public people claiming that they have moved from one party to another, or they claim that they are no longer in the party which perhaps sponsored them.
Yeah.
But it's a legal issue. You actually have to write to the political party that you resigned, the one that sponsored you. So this is a gimmick. This is something, it's theater in the public really. But in reality, these people have not defected. Now, to those that have defected or those who have resigned from the political parties, whether it erodes voter confidence, I think we also have to remember that we decided as Kenyans in 2010 through our constitution that you are at liberty to join any political party. You can join Philomena political party today and tomorrow resign from Philomena political party and join Wakoko political party. It is something that we gifted ourselves as Kenyans. Voters, what do voters want to see? Would it be an issue if you keep on moving from one party to another? I confess that it's not something I have paid my mind to, but now that you asked me, perhaps it boils down to what are you presenting to the people when you appear before them? If you want to be a candidate, for instance, what are you presenting? Is it your manifesto? Is it the role that you want to go and play in parliament? I doubt that people would punish you because you have moved from one party to another. Because remember, we are the ones who decided that we have that liberty to move from one party to another. Until we change that, we cannot punish anyone who decides to leave one political party to another. But also remember, we have repercussions. For instance, if you are an elected member of parliament or county assembly and you resign from your political party to another, then there are repercussions. The relevant speaker will issue a notice of vacancy, then a by-election is held. But maybe that's why I said it's theater, because these people never write to the party to say that they have resigned. We've had cases in court where people have claimed in public that they have moved from one party to another. But when it comes to court or it comes to determination, they say, look, section 14 of the Political Parties Act provides that I need to issue a notice, but I never issued a notice. So it is really a legal issue.
They never do it in writing.
They never do that
because
in writing.
They would have to vacate their seats.
Exactly. So it is theater, and they are aware of this. So until someone has actually put it on paper and said that they have resigned, that is not resignation. The law is, for lack of a better word, blind to that. Of course, some scholars have said that if you are in one political party, and even if you have not resigned on paper, then the public might deem you to have moved. Now, what Parliament has done is under the Political Parties Act is if you are a political party and your member is associating with another political party, the political party has been given power to punish you, to deem you to have resigned, even without you writing a notice to the political party that you are resigning. So we have all these mechanisms in law to ensure that people stick to their political parties, and those who do not stick to their political parties, there are repercussions.
Yeah,
yes.
That is something that I think that needs to be looked at keenly. And Wairimu, you know, when you look at political parties, they do enjoy constitutional protection. But on the other hand, they carry a constitutional obligation. Now, when you look at law, where should we draw the line between protecting political competition and enforcing accountability within political parties?
You're right that there is a legal framework and a constitutional framework that governs political parties and political actors who are the politicians.
Yes.
And there are several institutions, or rather several agencies, that work together to ensure that they enforce the same. For instance, we have the conduct of the political leaders, and that one is very well regulated in the various acts and the legal framework. There is the Chapter 6 of the Constitution that speaks to the integrity of these leaders. And like right now, we've been able to see there is the Election Offences Act. And we have also been able to see how IEBC is enforcing the same. Once there is a complaint that reaches the desk of the IEBC, the same is investigated, and upon investigation, IEBC holds the mandate to conduct hearings by issuing summons, and upon these hearings, then a determination is reached. And there are instances where criminal liability, once established, the same matter may be referred to the office of the ODPP, so that criminal charges may be preferred. We have not seen very many successful. We've not seen very many successful instances where these issues have been handled very well, because they start and then at some point they vanish. But it will be important if we can follow the legal framework that control, or rather that gives and regulates the political actors. It will be good. Also, my own personal recommendation will be if the political actors, for the purposes of the future, if the political actors are found culpable of electoral offense, maybe during the campaigns, or after, or generally in the tenure of their service, that determination that they've been found culpable or they've been fined, and how they have acted afterwards, should be considered when it comes to vetting and clearance for the next election, so that we can sanitize and bring dignity into how politics is carried out, so that we know that incitement, hate speech, open actions that are not in line with the law are not going to be acceptable and are not going to be encouraged. And that there are consequences to those actions as well. Yes.
And when you look at the constitutional mandate for political party, there is an expectation, Wakoko. Parties are expected to promote national unity, rule of law, and even democracy. And in practical terms, and from where you stand, how well do you think these political parties in the country are living up to these expectations?
Thank you, Mike. Broad question. I'd want to go back from where we began, that now we have to look through the elements in the political party, in terms of the party officials, the party members, and party supporters. Without necessarily naming political parties, we have seen even for this by-election, where on opposing political parties have come out and said, look, this is our country, and we have to ensure that the duty bearers are conducting elections in line with the law. They have called upon their supporters to ensure that they do not do anything which contravenes or which may contravene Article 81 of the Constitution in terms of being an election which is free from violence and intimidation. To that end, I believe and know that the party leaders have come out clearly and pronounced themselves on that. Of course, there is a lot to be done, really, and a lot to be done because we should divorce the idea of a peaceful nation from elections only. I think it is a larger conversation, and that's why from where I sit, we are collaborating with other state actors and non-state actors, so that it is a conversation that also goes to the people. These party officials or party leaders are a reflection of who we are, perhaps. These party leaders are drawn from us as a people. These party leaders, whether they're propagating peace or otherwise, who are they speaking to? So it is a shared responsibility between the actors that we pay taxes to, like me, and Kenyans themselves. So that it is, if I come to you, Mike, and tell you to do something, what responsibility do you have as a responsible Kenyan? Yes. But again, have you also been given the right tools as a Kenyan to be able to see through what I'm saying as a political leader? So perhaps that is what we need to really center on, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation today, so that even as the media, as we go out there, we have to remind Kenyans that number one, this is what we decided. This is what we decided in our own constitution. And again, we all have a stake, whether you are in the media or a party official or a public officer or any other mwananchi. We only have one Kenya, it's one country, so we have a shared responsibility. Thank you, Mike.
Very important, very important. I want us to take a very short break, but before, as we go for that break, just to capture what is captured on the front page of the Daily Nation, Rumble in the Mountain. That is what is captured on the front page of the Mountain. Remember, this is an analysis of the by-election happening in Kalou, and it's continuing after this short break. Stay with us.
Michuano ya kombe la dunia yanakaribia kilele, na sasa ni kufa kupona. Farasi wawili wanaopatana ugani, ni mmoja tu ndiye atakayesalia, huku mwingine akifunganya virago na kuelekea nyumbani. Je, ni timu gani itakayotwaa ubingwa huu mnamo Julai 19 pale MetLife Stadium? Jibu hili utalipata hapa KBC Channel 1. Tukikupeperushia matangazo ya FIFA World Cup moja kwa moja kutoka Mexico, Canada na USA. Goal! They've done it! Pia unaweza kupokea matangazo haya kupitia stesheni za redio za KBC. Istoshe, kwa wale wanaopenda kuona mechi kupitia big screens, KBC itawatembelea mtaani kwenu. World Cup iko KBC. KBC, your true sports partner.
Naitwa Armstrong Yatich. Form ni KBC tangu kitambo, kuwatch wana stream game ya World Cup zote. Fan wa Belgium, nimekuwa nikifuatilia tangu kitambo.
Mimi ni fan wa France. Nimekuwa nikisupport France tangu kitambo. tuna hope hii season tutachukua na tunajitambua. Kuwakumbusha tu World Cup iko KBC, wasewa watch World Cup hapo hivyo KBC channel 1.
Majina yangu naitwa Victor Nzaro. Mimi nilikuwa na support Congo lakini juu imetolewa na support Argentina, Messi to the World Cup.
Kwa majina ni Douglas Gitonga na mimi ni mkaji hapa UK na niko na support KF+, lakini sasa kwa sababu ilienda home na support France.
Tunatambulika kwa mandhari yetu ya kuvutia,
tamaduni zetu, ukarimu wetu, vyakula vyetu, uchapakazi,
na pia kwa sauti tofauti za watangazaji wetu waliobobea.
Libengo niko hapa aka upcoming sponsor, bila shaka hapa ni kama PDG, ma deep state pia vile cartels.
Tunaenzi talanta za pwani, tunakuza talanta za hapa kwetu nyumbani.
Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tuko mjengoni kama kawa na wanangu wengine wawili.
Usikose kutegea 103.1 Pwani FM, station ambayo itakupa fursa ya kupata uhondo kamili wa pwani na kuleta Wakenya pamoja.
Pwani FM, tafrija ya kipwani.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers, moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
Slim Nyarawendo SNA
Radio Mayiga Mato Marwa.
Nimeshtuka hata mimi nimesha. Kimbia. Run. Well, what you are seeing on your screen is the ongoing election there. Remember, we are keeping tabs on what is happening on ground as the electorate in All Kalou constituency continue to cast their ballot to elect their next member of parliament. This is a by-election that was occasioned by the demise of the former David Kiaraho, who is a former member of parliament there. It has been termed as the hottest by-election yet. 9 candidates who have been cleared to participate in this particular by-election. 144 polling stations. Voters reported to have arrived way before 6 a.m. when the doors were open. What is currently being used during this particular by-election is a biometric kit. As you can see there, they're taking some biometrics before the voters are allowed to go to the polling booths there. So what you're seeing right now is what is happening live in All Kalou. Earlier reports indicate that the process has been termed as smooth with no incidences reported there. Some few days ago, IBC issued a voter conduct policy, so to speak, that included that no one is allowed to take a photo of their cast ballot there. And should you be found doing that, then you will be found culpable of election malpractice there. We'll continue keeping tabs on what is happening in our various polling stations. Remember, we have a team that is on ground in County 31, that is, and precisely constituency there is All Kalou. We're going to be keeping tabs on what is going on. We have Sydney Giverson, who is keeping tabs on AC Primary, where DCP Sami Kamau is expected to cast his vote at around 9 a.m. This particular polling station is of interest given that it has over 4,000 registered voters. We have John Jacob Curia, who is also on ground and is going to be keeping tabs on what is happening in his area. Earlier, he had given us an update from Huruma Primary School, where Samuel Mushina from UDA will be casting his vote this morning. We'll continue bringing you the live feed and also just wanting to know about the voter turnout and what election observers have reported, if indeed they're going to report any concerns, as well as the security situation, which as of now, which is some minutes from past 7, actually, it's 8:12 to be precise. The situation has remained calm from 6 a.m. when it started this particular broadcast. And you can say it looks orderly just from inside the polling station, but also those who are on the queue remain calm. And we want that to remain as is as they continue conducting themselves in that manner, taking up their civic duty, so to speak. Those are live pictures. You can also be part of this conversation, especially if you are in All Kalou. Tell us how the situation looks like. Have you cast your ballot? And after casting your ballot, have you gone back, or are you still watching the broadcast from various media outlets, including the digital platform? Now, to bring back the conversation back in studio here, I'm joined by 3 gentlemen who make up the team of my panel of experts this morning. At the far end, we have Murioki Ndwega, who is a governance expert. Next to him, right in the middle, is none other than Sami Meli, who is a political analyst, and to my immediate left is Peter Mutuko, who is a governance and leadership expert. Gentlemen, we've seen the headlines in our various dailies, and it said that this is a litmus test that is going maybe to influence the direction that especially the Mount Kenya region is going to take come the general elections 2027. That was a question that was posed from the other end. And as I give you a moment to respond to that, I would also want you to respond to this. Are political parties, overestimating their influence compared to the local issues? Because we have seen quite a play out there in as far as the representation in All Kalou is concerned. Who'd want to go first? Meli, let's start from a political.
Political parties are instruments that we use to gain power or to get into leadership. And other than political parties, the Constitution allows independent candidates. But you realize that in the recent years, majority of the people vying go with political parties. One, because political parties have machinery, political parties have structures, political parties will give you a support. And this brings me to the whole Kalou issue at hand. If a political party has mobilized enough, for example, UDA did grassroots elections, and in every polling station, they have 20 mobilizers. So I'm expecting, for example, in the 144 polling stations, they have around 2,800 mobilizers. And remember, these mobilizers keep reminding the voters, even in the villages. You see, a polling station covers like 1 or 2 villages, and that is around 400 voters. And if there are 20 people covering these villages, it tells you that is why you see that there is a political party that seems to be more having more representation on the ground. And that is why at the end of the day you realize that the other political parties are not being seen. There are only 2 that are being seen. It's because of the machinery that has been put in place. Remember, the members of parliament from either political parties were on the ground campaigning for that, for their candidates. And in campaigning, there is the use of resources, including money. And money plays a very big role in political contests. I have gone for political contests before, and I know that if you are not moneyed, you will not go through. And
if you're not moneyed, you'll not go through. But the question is, do you think that the electorate has come of age to prioritize its own development and not just look at the handouts or the money, as you say?
Largely, 75% are after handouts. The 25% that are online, the enlightened ones that are in cities, that are in towns, are the ones who are not after those handouts. But if you go to the grassroots, you go talk to the people, you talk so nicely, they listen to you. Then after that, they tell you, Mheshimiwa Yamacho. You see Yamacho.
Ndrega, I can see you laughing at that. So do you think that political parties are overestimating the influence compared to local issues? Then this question of the political machinery, or... Yes.
You know, my brother Meli has started by saying that political parties are vehicles to get to power. I think it is important for us to note that political parties are no longer vehicles to power. They are supposed to be measures of accountability. Because when you're campaigning under a political party, you are carrying the vision and the mission of that political party. For example, when you say we are coming to do bottom-up approach, that must be a consistent message from the top to the lowest person vying for any political seat. So when we talk about them being vehicles to political power, I think that is a misconception, because that is how we have done things before. Again, I won't talk about issues to do with political resources.
Yes.
He has said if you're not moneyed, then you cannot make it. We have seen people who have made it actually without money.
Yes.
People have been enlightened enough, and they now want to have visionary kind of political leaders vis-a-vis political, vis-a-vis money. It is an open secret that the current government, for example, the UDA party, is using a lot of resources in any by-election, because it's a do or die for them. And that's why I differ with the headline on the Star today when it says it's a litmus between President Ruto and the former deputy Rigathi Gachagua.
Okay, let me just show our viewers what this particular daily has and what you're speaking to. You're saying you differ with this particular headline.
I differ, absolutely.
Why all Kalou vote is a litmus test for Ruto and Gachagua?
Yes.
You differ with it?
I differ with it, because it is actually a litmus test for the IEBC.
For the IEBC.
For the IEBC.
Yes.
People want credible, transparent, verifiable kind of an election. It has nothing to do with President William Ruto. He does not live in all Kalou. Rigathi Gachagua does not live in all Kalou. The resident of all Kalou must be the winners of this election.
The residents must be the winners.
They must be, because they will get whom they have voted for. And that's why it's a litmus test for the IEBC, because they must do whatever they can to portray to the citizens of this Kenya that they can carry out a free, fair, transparent and verifiable election, especially this one. Now it is a by-election with a lot of interest. And the other thing that I would like to say...
Before we move along, I'd want to hear what Mutuku has to say. Do you think the electorate has come of age to prioritize its own development and not play party politics? We've been hearing a lot of talk in terms of a certain party is using all the resources that they have, as do or die, as Mr. Ndego has said. Have we come of age to prioritize development?
I had the opportunity to go to a place called Engineer. Then from Engineer, I went to Javini. It's pronounced Javini. Those are some of the big towns in Olkarau.
Yes.
During this period of campaigning for the by-election. And from one gathering to the other, it was either a DCP gathering or a UDA gathering. Then when I went back to Nairobi, I looked at it and said, this thing has to do with political parties. So we are not yet off the issue of thinking about political parties and who is the owner or who is the driver of that political party. To the extent, and I hope I'll be taken within the context, to the extent, as long as this political party is led by one of us, and we are going to the promised land, but he's forbidden to cross River Nile with us. He will be left this other side and he will tell us, go there and discuss on yourself. We'll still go with that way. I hope
so in as far as political parties, you believe that they play a role in how the electorate casts their ballot? We are not there yet.
Yes, and then the other thing...
I can see Meli wanting to challenge what you have.
He can, is his own right, just as mine.
Yes.
He will bring it, then if I need to respond, I will.
You will respond to him.
But I don't need
what did you want to say?
I'm on the floor.
It's your moment. Please proceed.
I don't even want to repeat both of them what they said.
Yes.
Because I cannot even imagine a person moving around and saying that he wants to lead this nation and is poor.
Oh.
Secondly...
So you cannot have a poor leader?
No. Poverty is a curse. If itself is a curse, why should you be poor?
That's a good
Number
question.
two...
Number 2...
number two...
I'll
finish now with one. If I ever be elected the president of the Republic of Kenya, let it be known that I will be a villager in every part of Kenya. Okay. So the president is a villager in Olkarau.
Okay.
He is a resident of Olkarau.
He's a resident. He's a leader to all. Meli.
I want to challenge what Ndwiga said. Because without cash, you can't reach all corners of the constituency. You have to move. You have to mobilize. You have agents. For example, in the 144 polling stations, for a candidate, you must have 1 or 2 agents. And having those 2 agents means you have to pay them. They can't just go there
you
to
have
work
to have
for
the
you.
Financial muscle.
You have also to print your posters. You have also to print your t-shirts to make sure that even media like this, you have to pay media for you to be publicized.
My friend, you have to verify what you're saying when you talk about the media.
Otherwise, you'll not be heard. You'll be known only in your village.
There's a difference between political resources, like what you use for logistics. When you have to move from one point to the other, you need to talk to the people. You need sound. That sound needs technician. That sound vehicle needs fuel. I'm not talking about that kind of money that helps you with the logistics. But when he talks about you must be moneyed, being moneyed means unaenda, like he said it very well, that after you are through with speaking to the people, mwisho anakuambia tuchunie kakitu. That is not the kind of politics I'm talking about. Unfortunately, that is where we are today as a country. And that's why you can see when the Member of Parliament for Nakuru West, Honorable David Gekaria, said that he has used 1.2 million, IBC called him. They disciplined him and they asked him to pay a fine of 2.5 million because of a misconduct. That's an electoral malpractice. So it is. We also saw the Honorable Wanjiku Moya. She said people are not residents of Olkalau, should not vote, which is a valid statement. But still, they decided to penalize her by asking her to pay about 1.5 million. So what we just need to ask our IBC is not to apply the law in a selective way. Just like we were talking about our agencies also, the EACC. When the Honorable Member for Molo Honorable Kimani Kuria says, tutafanya hivi mtu akifanya. It's like we'll cut people. We are expecting such people to be...
That actually the law applies objectively and not subjectively. So for you, Nwega, you maintain that this is not a litmus test between the president and his former deputy. But for you, it's IBC, the one that is providing oversight here. And I would want to bring in the two gentlemen here, that is Mr. Mutuku as well as Meli. Do you think that IBC has done right by this by-election, given that this we have the new chairman, we have... before we get there, what you're seeing on the screen there is the UDA candidate there. That is Samuel Mushena, making his way to Huruma Primary School, where he's going to be casting his ballot. He aims to clinch the seat that was held previously by his boss, the late David Hiarao, there before he passed on. There's been a lot of conversation pointing at with those who have been focusing on his election bid. They're saying that he knew what Kiharao had put in place. He's the best candidate to actually take up the reins. But here in this particular panel this morning, we've said that you cannot transfer someone's successes, so to speak. So we need to judge all those who are going for these elective positions by virtue of what they can do individually, not their predecessors. Well, it's a subject to conversation, but as you can see at this particular moment, those are live pictures. We are here in studio, joined by various governance experts as well as political analysts to unpack what it really means, for governance, leadership, and the political scene, and after the outcome of all Kalou. That is Samuel Mushena, who is a flag bearer, so to speak, for UDA in the ongoing by-election. That is John Jacob Keria, who is on ground from Huruma Primary School there. Now, before we mention that is one of the candidates among the 9 there, we were trying to look at the issue of IEBC, and I'm asking you two gentlemen, Meli and Mutuku, do you think that IEBC has done justice by this election, given that the chairman, Ekathon, there has found himself in quite a situation when it comes to the decisions that he's taken? Is IEBC objective? Meli.
Now, that depends on where you stand and who you are at the moment, because you see, IBC, just like any other body, depends fully on the evidence you produce. You can't just come up with a social media uproar and you want them to act on the uproar. They act on intelligence. So, has the voters register been questioned? That is one of the things. Is it in question that the voters register is not okay? Is it in question that their logistics have a problem? No. Is it, have they conducted previous elections and their queries? Very little. That tells you, with the new commission and with meager resources that they receive from Treasury, they are trying their best, though I have not seen them doing public participation, especially on advertisements, on media platforms, informing the voters on their rights, on what is expected of them. They have only been responding to the fire they receive. And therefore, for me, I can give them 80% of what...
80%. How would you rank IBC thus far?
First of all, I'm never blindly positive. So from that point, then I would say IBC is doing its work very well. And over and above, let's go back to Olkarao, because it's the most important thing. That I've learned from you, Regina, that Mushina worked with the former the late MP, so he knows the terrain very well, and it's a matter of continuity. And I would use a biblical example and say that Mushina and his team, they are proving to be the good Samaritan. Because they are caring.
Presumably.
They are caring. Other people are not caring. Because if, for example, you care about a family, you would wish continuity. If the father has been doing something good, you wish continuity. So let the good Samaritan, let the people know that a good Samaritan is better than a brother who doesn't care.
Well, that is your view. Remember, you are also welcome to give your views in regard to the ongoing by-election. And those are live pictures. Polling is still ongoing. No incident to report as of yet. We are keeping tabs on that. What we had seen earlier, and we understand, is that Samuel Mushina, the flag bearer under the UDA, he's already at the polling station in Huruma Primary, all Kalou, and is expected to cast his vote there. So we continue keeping tabs on what is happening on ground and also just engaging our panels to just help us unpack. Post this particular by-election, what import will it have on governance leadership as well as the political matrix, especially in Mount Kenya? The question before we take this quick break is, do you think and are you satisfied with IEBC's performance as of now? Do you think IEBC is doing a good job, or what is your take on what it is doing right now? Get us on X at KBC Channel 1. Are you satisfied with the conduct that IEBC has carried itself in this particular by-election? I'm Regina Manyara. We'll take a quick breather, but when we return, we're going to be focusing on what would constitute a credible victory other than simply winning the seat. Do not go away. We'll be right back.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera, or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers. Moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
Welcome back to Semana Spokes.
Semana Spokes is the platform where wananchi engage, query the government, and the government responds. It's your time to be informed. Don't miss Bonga na Gava every Thursday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Semana Spokes.
The idea of Hisi Studio was born out of my undergraduate project. And I was trying to answer the question, how do visually impaired people interact with fashion?
Kuna wale ambao ni caregivers. Tumeungana nao kwa sababu ya kuonekana kwamba hatubagui. Juu kuna majukumu ile ambayo saa zingine katika hali kama hii yangu hatuwezi kufanya, lakini tukiona wale wanatusaidia kusonga mahali kidogo.
Mimi kwa caregiver na niko na mtoto mlemavu, ni kujituma tu.
Ukikucha hapa at least ninakuwa, at least my mind inakuwa at least iko enlightened kidogo. Nikikucha nipadilie nifanye 1 2 3, it makes me perfect.
Welcome back. The 16th of July and all eyes are focused on the ongoing by-election in Kalou. Why does it matter? Lots of it. First and foremost, the IBC with its new leadership is being put to the test. There's also those who... Okay, before we give that particular profile, let's have a listen into what is happening down in Kalou. That is UDA candidate Samuel Mushena speaking to the media. Let's have a listen in.
Because we encourage everyone within our Kalou constituencies to come out today and to come out in large numbers so that they could direct their member of parliament who will serve them for the next 1 year. So I feel people are really, the turnout is really encouraging.
Okay.
Security, I feel today we have the security is well organized. Kwa sababu ukiangalia utaona maafisa wa polisi, they are everywhere. They are manning our roads and our police stations. So I feel the security is quite well today. Na sijapata incidents yote isipokuwa an incident that happened yesterday that one of my vehicle ambayo ilikuwa nasafirisha my agent ilikuwa pahali panaitwa Mugumo, ilienda ikachomwa na wahuni, but the situation ikakuwa controlled. Other than that incident that happened yesterday night where my vehicle was burned, sijapata incidents zingine, but of course this morning I have had two other incidences whereby I have had some individuals wenye wanapeana pesa huku kwa polling station, and I'm calling the IBC to investigate the issue because I have heard from my people ya kwamba kuna watu walikuwa kwa police station kadhaa ambao wanajaribu kuhonga wapiga kura katika polling station zetu, but I believe IBC will take the action against those individuals who are trying to bribe our people so that we can have free and fair elections today. I encourage whoever is at home, please come out and come and exercise your voting right, kwa sababu kupiga kura ni haki ya kila mmoja wetu. Mimi ningewahimiza, ingawa ninaona ya kwamba wananchi wetu wamejitokeza vizuri, lakini pia tungetaka the turnout to be good. Maybe even if it's possible we have 100% voters turnout hapa kwetu constituency ya Kalou, ili wananchi waweze kuamua ni nani wangetaka akuwe mjumbe wao wa mwaka mmoja ambao umebaki.
Okay. Have you reported that matter, the case that you said?
I have just come from home. Ndio nimetoka nyumbani, and as you know, I'm a law abiding citizen. I'll take the necessary action. Kama ni kuripoti nitaenda ni report so that action can be taken, kwa sababu sitaki kuiongea tu kwa mdomo. I want to take action. Even the last time that my banners were pulled down, I took the action and reported the matter to the police and the agencies that are concerned with the investigation, kwa sababu mimi ni mwananchi ambaye anapenda sana kufuata sheria, sio mambo tu ya kuongea.
Uko tayari kukubali matokeo?
I'm ready for the outcome because I know I'm winning. I'm ready for it.
What if you lose?
I'm ready. The people of all Kalou will talk at the ballot. Just wait in the evening. What the people will decide is what we'll do for. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
That is a UDA candidate there, Samuel Mushena. They're just speaking to the media from Huruma Primary, where he's expected to cast his vote. From that particular brief, he's made allegations to voter bribery, and also he has let the nation know in regard to some security issues, some security incidents there involving his vehicle. He has said that once he leaves that particular place, that is Huruma Primary, he's going to be making the report to the police so that those who are behind it can get apprehended. Remember, we're keeping tabs on Kalou. You can be part of this particular conversation. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1. So before we took, or rather listened into what is happening in Kalou, there was a debate from this side of the panel where the question was, what carries the day in as far as, is it development or is it, political affiliations or other party affiliations? From this side of the panel, I'm joined by three gentlemen. That is Sami Meli, who is a political analyst, Peter Mutuko, who is a governance expert, and Muriuki Ndwega, also a governance expert, so to speak. They are of the view that for someone to carry the day in as far as elective politics is concerned, they have to have the requisite financial muscle, while Ndwega is of the opinion that we need to be focusing on matters of development first. And I'd want to bring in Mike and your panel on this end. And my question is, to your panel, if it is about financial muscle, so to speak, when it comes to these elective positions, then who has the role or whose mandate is it to ensure that we have civic education to the electorate? Over to you, Mike.
Very indeed. That is a very important question in as far as financial muscle is concerned. And when it comes to civic education, who's supposed to carry out that? Let me throw that question to both of you, and I'll start with you, Wakili. What do you think?
It is a very broad question, and when it comes to the issue of finances and financing political processes such as that campaign, civic education is offered first by the IEBC. They owe it, it is well within their mandate. And I had a comment from one of the gentlemen in the other panel, I think it was Melly. He said that we have not had sufficient public civic education that has been carried out. And it is important for that to be done. Secondly, there is also the NCIC, which is also mandated with civic education. And right now, as we are here in this panel, we are also giving civic education to the Kenyans who are listening to us, as long as we do not misinform them and mislead them to taking positions that are not true and that are only affiliated to what maybe we believe in. So when it comes to civic education, I will say there are bodies that are specifically mandated with that. And also, by being aware of our rights, our freedoms, our responsibilities, and our limitations. Because everyone has a right to attend campaign trails and political meetings. Let me bring in an interesting angle to this, if you may allow me.
Yes.
We saw the public officers that attended such gatherings. We saw the cabinet secretaries, the permanent secretaries, and there was an outrage. Why exactly are we seeing them involved in campaign meetups and all that? We remember these are natural people who have rights, who have political rights like every other person. In my understanding of the law, the only challenge comes in when that public officer uses the resources of their office or uses the influence of their office to try and induce the voters to take certain voting patterns. And that is something, that is an element that cannot be assumed. It has to be established so that we can certainly say that their involvement or their presence in such meetings is either prohibited, it was a malpractice when it comes to electoral laws, or we understand that everyone has a right, and political rights at that. Yes. I don't know if I've answered the question.
When you say everyone has a right, but there are also expectations, Wakoko, on the offices, on the public offices that these public officers hold. And also matters of civic education. Where do political parties fall within this?
Thank you so much. A broad question, really, as Wakili Philomena has said. When, for instance, you look at the mandate of the IEBC and Article 8.4, it has the mandate to carry out voter education. The Kenyans did not grant it directly the powers to conduct civic education, but voter education. So there's a bit of a difference there. However, given their mandate that they have, nothing would stop IEBC to conduct civic education if they were financed for that. But you see, budget is tagged to the functions. So IEBC is only facilitated in line with its functions under the Constitution, which is voter education. When we come to political parties are expected to carry out civic education. You could stretch it to political education. If you look at Section 26 of the Political Parties Act, for instance, the political parties that are funded from the political parties fund, that is taxpayers, and currently we have 48 political parties which are being funded from taxpayers. One of the duties they need to carry out, when you look at the purpose of that fund, is promoting representation of special interest groups in county assemblies and parliament. How do you do that? You do that by ensuring that you've actually sensitized the people, sensitized the masses, party members or Kenyans generally, so that you arrive at that. So the component of civic education is broad, and it's shared across board, as Wakili has said, what we are doing here, and even other state actors. When it comes to the earlier question that Regina posed from the other panel, the issue of financial muscle, we have to be alive on the issues we've faced when it comes to regulating money in politics in this country. Remember, since the promulgation of the Constitution in 2010, and the enactment of the Election Campaign Financing Act, that particular statute has never been implemented. 2017 it was not implemented, it was suspended for purposes of the 2017 election. 2022 election was not implemented on grounds that the limit that IBC had come up with had not gone through public participation, and that the regulations that IBC was developing were supposed to be tabled before Parliament for purposes of approval. But I recall, I think it's Katiba Institute and I think Transparency International and others went to court, and what court has now pronounced, and if you look at the IBC website, I was just looking at it now, they've put out a call for memoranda, which I think was closing yesterday, on what are the spending limits, so that now what IBC is trying to do is to regulate the amount of money that can be used in elections. So legally speaking, we have not had implementation of that law for the reasons that I have mentioned. But then when we come to the issues of why did we think that we needed to regulate the amount of money that one could use in elections or in campaigns, is to level the playing field, to level the playing field and to ensure that people are not using illicit money, or to ensure that public resources are not being used by those who are in public offices. So I think as we move forward and looking at what the Commission has put on the website, and I'm not holding a brief for the Commission, is that if that law is implemented, it will be a step towards us ensuring that at least we're able to check where you're getting this money and how much can you spend as let's say a presidential candidate or an MCA, and in what electoral area. So it is a moving, it is something that we have to keep on talking about. Yes. And generally when it comes to civic education, it goes beyond who you are voting for or why you are voting for them. Even issues such as why should you be a member of a political party. I like that in Regina's panel, my good friend has spoken about why it is easier for you as a political party candidate to maneuver in the electoral space as compared to an independent candidate. That in as much as you have the right to be an independent candidate, a party candidate has a bigger platform because they have access to party resources and earlier access to duty bearers such as Office of the Register of Political Parties and IEBC. We only get to meet independent candidates when you go to the returning officer for the registration as a candidate. Before that, we can't tell that you are an independent candidate. So we have no way to reach you as an independent candidate because you do not exist. However, we can get to you through other demographics. Let's say as an office, we've been going around and dealing with various groups, women, youth, PWDs, and perhaps if you are person who want to contest election as an independent candidate and you are in those demographics, that's the only way to reach you. But in as much as the Constitution and our electoral laws recognize an independent candidate, there is no framework for them, an early framework for them to engage with such institutions. Thank you, Mike.
And I want to rope you two into the discussion regarding IEBC. And some time back, it said it was investigating allegations of intimidation, violence, voter bribery, and campaign outside lawful timelines. And also, this reminded the public that it can postpone or cancel the poll where integrity has been breached, subject to investigations in accordance with the law. Now, maybe Wakili Wairimu, from where you stand, the legal threshold that IEBC must satisfy before cancelling or postponing a poll?
Mike, the power of the IEBC to enforce the electoral conduct is limited from the day that they announce the campaigns and to the day that the...
Madam Wakili, give me a minute before you actually respond. Is that we are hearing from ground that the commissioner is speaking. Let's have a listen in.
Kuna mahali tumesikia kukiwa na shida, tuko kila mahali, na kazi yetu hasa ni kupeana usalama na kuhakikishia wananchi wa eneo hili ya kwamba usalama wao umehakikishwa na serikali. Tunataka kusema kwamba ama ku appeal to the citizens, wale hasa voters wa eneo hili wajitokeze kwa wingi wapige kura. Hakuna haja kuwa na uoga ama nini, wakuje wa exercise their democratic right so that by the end of the day ama wakati zoezi likifungwa watakuwa wamejichagulia mjumbe yao. Tunataka kusema kwamba vituo zote zile IEBC wanafanya shughuli zao za kupigisha kura, walituomba pia sisi tukapeana askari. Nafikiria kila kitu iko na askari wawili wa kusimamia kila stream, na so far so good. Mahali wananchi watakuwa na tatizo, tunataka kuomba wa report chochote kile waona akiwafurahisha katika kituo cha polisi kile kiko karibu na wao, ama kwa wale askari wako karibu wale mahali wako. Thank you.
Kuna kisa ambacho mwaniaji mmoja ambaye amepiga kura hapa anasema kilifanyika hapo jana, pengine uchunguzi ama nini, hatua gani ambazo mnachukua? Anasema kwamba kuna gari liliteketezwa likipeleka agents wake mahali.
Sisi kusema ukweli hakuna report kama vitengo vya usalama tumepokea kuhusiana na kisa kama hicho, lakini kama litakuwa limeripotiwa katika vituo vyetu vya polisi tutafanya uchunguzi. Na tunaomba, kwa sababu tunasikia kuna wale hata wanaenda wakiwa hawana number plate kwa magari zao. Kila mtu ajue ni hatia kuendesha gari ambalo halina number plate, na maafisa wetu wa usalama wakipata gari halina number plate, basi hilo gari litashikwa na kupelekwa station.
Mara nyingi wale wanasiasa ambao huwa wanakuja katika zoezi kama hili kutoka maeneo mengine siku kama ya leo ndio huwa wanahusishwa na kusababisha vurugu, pengine ujumbe wako kwao ni upi?
Tunasema asa polling station yaachiwe tu wale maafisa wa IEBC na wale wapiga kura na askari wale wako na kazi pale. Wageni wowote wale wengine wasipatikane katika range ya 400 meters wenyeji. Lakini kama kuna mtu ambaye amekuja kwa nia ya kufuruga uchaguzi, huyo tutapambana naye tu. Tuko hapa kwa sababu ya hiyo tu.
Bwana RC, maybe tuzungumzia kuhusu barabara zile ambazo zinaingia Kalou. Kulikuwa na wale wanahisi kwa pengine barabara zingine zimefungwa. Tueleze tu hiyo usalama ambao mmeweka kwa zile entry points za Kalou constituency.
Hakuna barabara tumefunga hata moja. Na ndio hata wewe Bridget nikuuliza, si umefika hapa? Na mimi nimefika hapa kutoka Nyeri. So sijaona road block, sijaona barabara imefungwa na mtu, hata checkpoint. Kama kutakuwa na haja labda tutaangalia, lakini so far hakuna mahali tumefunga barabara. Yes.
Na labda tu kuna swali ambalo watu walikuwa wanajiuliza jana kwamba idadi ya polisi pengine ni mingi kupita kiasi huku na huenda ikawatishia wapigaji kura kujitokeza. Je, wasema lipi kuhusu hilo?
Sioni kama inaweza kuwa ni tisho kwa sababu tumepanga askari kulingana na ile idadi askari wameombwa na IEBC. Requirement ya IEBC ndio imetufanya tukajua ni wangapi tutapeana. So na kama ukizunguka hii town ama kwingine ni mahali gani umesikia askari wamekosi vurugu? Hakuna. So askari ni wa kuhakikisha usalama. Unaona hata wale tuko nao wachache wanatangamana na wananchi. Hawana shinda. So wasiogope, wananchi wasiogope, wajue askari ndio usalama yao.
So we know from Ramogi TV a few minutes ago, the deputy party leader of DCP, Cleophas Malala, claimed that they've seen several unmarked cars by the police officers, and he claimed that this can be a ploy, perhaps to interfere with the election. What's your take on it?
To us, the security agencies, I think from the onset it should be known that, or remembered that anyone who is driving an unmarked car is committing an offense. So we as the police department, there is no one who is driving an unmarked car. If it is the DCI, they have their number plate. It is the police, even my own car, it has got number plate. So I don't know who this other person is who is driving unmarked cars. And those are the people we are saying we are going to deal with them.
Okay, maybe RC, my name is Emmanuel from Citizen TV. How many police officers have been deployed who are in civilian attire, number one? Number two, we know those who are manning police stations and even the tallying center. Where are the rest of the police officers? Because there should be about 700 or so.
I can assure you that we have deployed the required number, not more than the required number. We have an adequate number to deal with any eventuality.
That is Joshua Kanasa, who is the Regional Commissioner, Central Region, speaking to the members of the press regarding the security situation in Kalou, the ongoing by-elections, and he has said all polling stations are well secured and each stream has more than 2 police officers per streams, and also has urged the public to report anything suspicious that may interrupt the elections that are ongoing in that region, and also said they're supposed to report any numberless cars that are driving without any registration, report them to the nearest police. We shall be informing you of the event as they unfold, and I want to bring back the conversation right here in studio. You're talking about the role of IEBC, and Wakili, you are speaking about the threshold that IEBC must satisfy before cancelling or postponing a poll.
Yes, Mike. So before we went on a brief break, I was explaining that the mandate of the IEBC to enforce election campaign conduct is limited. And it is limited between the time when the election is announced by the IEBC themselves to the time when the winner of the election is sworn in. So any time before or after is outside the scope of the IEBC. That is one. So the first thing that the IEBC does, to the best of my understanding of the electoral code of conduct, is that one, it investigates the complaints. There has to be a complaint. And I also want to believe that the IEBC also has the mandate to move suo moto because they are also on the ground supervising the conduct of the campaign. So I want to believe that the IEBC can also move suo moto on their own motion and investigate some perceived election malpractice. Then after that, they are going to issue summons, because every person has the right to a fair hearing. They cannot reach a judgment or a determination on a matter without inviting the parties involved to come and make their case. and to come and plead their case. Right after that, the IEBC is supposed to issue either warnings or directions. Depends on the gravity of the matter. They will issue either warnings or directions. Then thereafter, the IEBC will impose sanctions, or it will refer the matter to any other agency that is capable and mandated to deal with the issue. Case in point, where there is criminal culpability that has been fully established and has been fully proven, then the IEBC will forward the same to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for them now to carry on and now continue the case in court. So, without wanting to speak so much into how they carry out the investigations, because I am not one of the commissioners or I'm not in that relevant institution, I want to believe that if an election or a mini poll, if by the election or the mini poll continuing, it will threaten the lives of Kenyans, it will threaten the safety of the property of Kenyans, it will compromise the integrity of that election, and having balanced out everything out, it is impossible for any other agency, because remember, this is a process that is regulated by several agencies, not just the IEBC. There is the security agency, which is the National Police Service. There is the NCIC. There is the EACC. There are so many agencies that come together. So if all those players are not able to stop those kinds of threats, should the election continue, then it is within the purview of the IEBC to proceed and call for a cancellation of that election or those mini polls, because there is no single reason why any Kenyan should lose their life because of an election. If the security is well provided, no single Kenyan should lose their life. If everyone observes their rights and their responsibilities, no single Kenyan should lose their life, and property should not be destroyed. And I believe that if they have allowed, because the IBC has allowed the mini poll to proceed, they will be able, together with the rest of the agencies, to ensure that we are able to get a free, credible, verifiable, transparent election. And let me speak about democracy. Democracy is when the sovereign will of the people is respected. And democracy will not win when a particular candidate wins.
Hold that thought. We are coming back to that after this short break. Remember, this is a live analysis of the election process that is taking place in all Kalou by election. Stay with us.
Theo Hernandez out wide. Here's Doué again. Hernandez trying to reach it in with Simon. Referee doesn't feel there's any major contact at all, and he's thoroughly unimpressed.
A World Cup semi-final. It's a 50-50 ball. It's just a football and contact for me. Corner kick to France. Get up and get on with it. I think the referee is going about this the right way. He's holding his face. It's such a strange one where it's about on the eye. You look and you think he's not the Spanish centre forward of old, but his stats in a Spanish jersey are absolutely brilliant.
Foul on Elise by Marc Cucurella. And a yellow card for him as well. Kind of challenge that was punished by a yellow. Well, a little elbow maybe into the stomach, but called as a free kick. And then he goes back for seconds. So, yeah, okay, probably yellow's fair enough in the end. It's a yellow card each.
Silly Kukurea. I'm a big fan of his. I love how aggressive he is in 1v1 situation, but that yellow card really stifles his aggression.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera, or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers. Moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
Pindi tunapowasha vifaa vyetu, tunapata fursa ya kutangamana na wasikilizaji wetu.
Karibu sana thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Rwiga.
Tunapeperusha utangazaji uliobobea katika habari,
nĩ ũndũ wa macio na mangĩ maingĩ,
burudani,
haha nĩ harĩa tũkoragwo tũkĩigua nyĩmbo mwaki nyĩmbo hoda
na hamasisho la kiroho. Usiachwe nyuma. Jiunge nasi kwa safari ya kufana katika 99.5 FM. Soro FM.
All our eyes are trained on all Kalou, where there is a by-election happening. And Samuel Mushina Nyaga of UDA has just voted at Huruma Primary School. Remember that we have reporters on the ground who will be bringing us live coverage of the voting process and anything that unfolds there. So I urge you to keep it KBC Channel 1. You're still watching Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migu. Now, we were talking about matters that regard IEBC, and you brought up an issue of democracy. Wakili, if you may continue on that.
Yes. As I wind up on the point that I was giving, I requested to speak a little on democracy. Mm-hmm. Democracy works best when rights, freedoms, and responsibilities are carried out responsibly. On the possible, or because it is within the mandate of the IBC to announce a cancellation of a poll, yes, or even a general election, responsible communication goes a long way. Because we have also seen, as we were discussing while we were on the break, there is a way that the possibility of calling off the mini poll, yeah, would appear to create a precedence for the general election that we are heading into in 2027, mm-hmm, such that if the mini poll would have been cancelled, then the general election also stands a possibility of being cancelled. Mm-hmm. So responsible communication and managing the communication channels is also very important. Yes. So I will also make a clarion call to our politicians or political leaders to please manage this very highly polarized season in terms of politics in a good way, mm-hmm, because the politicians are essentially the ones that set the pace for the voters. Yes. Yeah. If they remain peaceful, mm-hmm, if they remain, their communication is not meant to incite, then the voters will also follow suit. Mm-hmm. But we also have a responsibility as voters to allow ourselves to be responsible, mm-hmm, in every kind of, if it comes to information, dissemination of information, if it comes to acting on instructions. You can choose which instructions to take from a leader and which ones not to take.
Yeah.
Because again, when we are pushing for instance that there are cases of voter bribery, do the people on the ground know that the one giving the bribe and the one receiving the bribe are both culpable criminally? Yeah, so if you stand and say, I saw one, when I attend these political gatherings, I put on the green cap and I'm given money.
Yes.
I put on a yellow cap and I'm given money. If that person knew that he's actually admitting to a criminal offense, he will not have done that. Yes.
And Wafula, is this something that I think the voter needs to be aware of, that IEBC, under the law, has the power to call off or postpone an election?
Thank you, Mike. Yes, and I like your choice of words, that postpone. Postpone means that we are not doing it today, but we might do it next week or tomorrow. So it's not a total cancellation, but it is a power that IEBC has been accorded by Parliament to postpone election to a later date when circumstances that would allow them to hold that election come to be.
Yes.
If you look at, and we have to look at Section 55B, if I'm not mistaken, of the Elections Act, what are the circumstances that IEBC can use that power? Number one, as Wakili has said, is there a likelihood of breach of peace? Has there been an emergency that has happened that makes holding that election impossible? Recall in 2022, and I think we were discussing this during the break, the Kakamega and Mombasa County governor elections, because of the issue that was there with the ballot papers, then IBC went ahead to postpone the election. And remember, Section 55B speaks to postponing an election in a constituency or a county. It doesn't speak to Kenya. It speaks to a constituency or a county. So if we have 290 constituencies and 47 counties, is it that this emergency that has happened affects all the 47 counties or affects all the 290 constituencies? So no, the parameters within which IBC has to operate within to postpone an election. We've had by-elections. In November last year, Ombere, Kaspul, Ngunja, Malaba, we saw what was happening there. It is not far removed from what is going on in all Kalou, and IBC did not postpone the election, right? So the criteria that has been set by Parliament, and remember, it's not IBC that accorded itself this power. It's Parliament. These are our representatives that we voted for, who decided in Parliament that IBC should have this power. And the reason being that our election has elements that have to be met. When we speak about a free and fair election, it's not only about transparency and accountability, the issue of violence and intimidation. If I'm a voter and I'm not able to come to the polling station to vote because Mike is there at the gate, then I have not been able to express my will. If we are many people in such a situation, then the free will of the people will not be expressed. Then IBC would then look at the parameters under 55B and make a decision on whether that election can proceed or not. And recall, Mike, once they have postponed an election in a constituency or a county, that election has to be held again. It has to be held at a time when the right circumstances come to be. I thought it's important to mention that.
Very important. And also, Wakili, during the campaign period in all Kalou, the Commission came out and announced investigations into alleged electoral offences. Now, my question to you is, at what point should the Commission publicly communicate such investigations, and what are the benefits or risks involved in such?
Again, the period within which the Commission should investigate and carry out the should investigate, carry out the hearing, carrying out the relevant steps towards reaching a determination that indeed there is a code of conduct related to elections that has been breached should be done within that period when the election is announced and when the winner is sworn in. And in the event that there is such a determination, especially about the players, the candidates that are involved, this is me speaking now from a point of what I understand the law should be, not anything that we have seen before. Because if a candidate who is a prospectus, candidate who is actually vying for the position is found to have committed an electoral offense, I want to imagine that it will be proper for that candidate to withdraw, either give a public apology, retract statements, pay fines maybe, and withdraw maybe from that race, depending on the gravity of the offense. Remember, all these actions that are being taken by the IBC are meant first to ensure that they uphold the integrity of the process, and secondly, they also get to gain the public trust, because it's very unfortunate that every commission that comes carries the sins of the former commission that was there. So even before they start acting, they are way above. Like our scrutiny of the commission is always way above, because we are already judging them on the actions, and mostly not the good ones, the bad ones of the former commission. So if this communication is made before the day of the election, and these pronouncements are made before the day of the election, then it will show that, one, that the IEBC has actually taken up its mandate and it is delivering on its mandate. That is one. Two, it will be able also to prove to the people that it is beyond any kind of intimidation or any kind of preference. It is independent. It will prove its independence. Yes, because most times people want to see action. They don't want to hear we are investigating. They want you to say, we have established that there was ABCD malpractice and we are taking this action. Actually, we have taken the action. Yes.
Indeed. What are the risks?
I suppose it is about transparency. And as Wakili says, that as Kenyans, we want to be involved all the way. But remember, if IBC communicates every, of course, communication is important, yes. But then the risk that IBC would suffer if every nitty-gritty is put out there is they end up looking that they're only issuing strongly worded statements without a dog that is not perhaps biting. So that is why IBC perhaps takes time to conclude something before it puts out to the people. Remember, these elements have to be proven. For instance, if there is an allegation of bribery, and whether IBC is moving on its own motion or a complaint has to be filed, those elements have to be proven. Who is bribing? What is the intention? If you come to my home and I give you food during an election period, would that be cheating? Depending with where you come from. If I come during an election period, I come to your home and I support you to pay school fees for your child in an election period. Remember, the law frowns upon it that you should not participate in a fundraiser 8 months with the general election, for instance. If you do that, then you're flouting the law. So there's a mix of what we do and what we know in society and the law the way it is on paper. That the expectations, and the Wakili mentioned this, the person who's receiving that 100 bob, is this person aware that you are bribing them? Or is it that we know that we elect you in 2022 and we won't see you until 2027, so let me get from you what I can get for now?
Yeah.
So yes, I understand that, but generally it is really about the law, that there is what is in the public domain and the politics of what we see on TV and what IEBC can prove. So in as much as we may want to be involved all the way, and they should, there are things, especially when it comes to investigation, that they cannot tell us every nitty-gritty, because some of those investigations may not lead to a charge.
Yeah.
And some may lead to a charge.
Which brings a very important aspect here, Wakili. Let's say that has happened. This verification that an offense happened. But when you look at the voter, would they be able to differentiate that from politics? Would they really take the issue as is, or rather politicize it?
First, let me start by admitting the whole situation where we have christened it as donations or giving just looks bad. Because where were these donations 3 months ago? After today, will we continue seeing them? We have been told that they are ongoing government projects. And we have no problem with that, because the government, or there's a continuity of services that have been being given. But when it comes to giving those donations, do you give them with the intention to have these particular people change their sovereign will from voting for a particular person to voting for this other person? And that is a very hard question for you to prove.
Yeah.
Very hard. Because when it goes to court, that when you realize the defenses that are raised there do not look very obvious in the public glare. Because they are going to be because some of these crimes, and they are criminal, because when anyone is charged at the anti-corruption court, it's within the criminal, not the civil. You have to make sure that you have proven beyond any reasonable doubt that this donation was specifically given, and it actually happened. It was specifically given so that I can subdue the sovereign will and choice of this person from this to this. Yes. Proving
beyond reasonable doubt.
Absolutely.
And Wakoko, where should the emphasis be in this case? Should it be placed on preventing electoral offences before the polling day, rather than prosecuting them after the election has happened?
Mike, all those tools are available, and I think, of course, it is a conversation that should run all through the electoral cycle. And I'm going to blame you, the media, again, Mike, that we focus again on these election offences during an election period. So that this conversation was not very attractive 2 years ago, but it's going to become very attractive next year. Prevention would include sensitizing the people. Prevention would include early collaborations, not only among state actors, but even non-state actors. So that in as much as the ODPP, for instance, has the power to prosecute these offences under the Election Offences Act, there is an opportunity to put in place the right environment, the right circumstances to ensure that these things do not happen. When we speak of the responsibility of political parties and party members, or generally us as Kenyans, have we been in a place where we are able to see through what political parties or the political class is doing? So that it is a conversation that should run all through, not wait for an election period. Prevention, of course, it said that is better than a cure, right?
Yeah.
But now, if we cannot prevent it, and I'm not saying that we cannot, then we have to go and prosecute. But we may benefit more if we put more emphasis on pre-election period. And this comes back to the earlier conversation we were having. The polling day, such as today in All Kalou, is a culmination of very many things that started even before the notice of vacancy was declared for All Kalou. We've seen political parties conduct party nominations. We have seen Kenyans go around to register as voters. We have seen political parties popularizing their political parties. We've seen posters in streets, Wakili Philomena, I'm telling you, go out there and register as a voter. You see, so it's a conversation that culminates to the polling day, but it starts way before. It's only that we tend to focus on the D-Day, what is happening at the polling station.
What is more sensational?
What is more sensational? And I think that sells for the media. I'm sure everyone now is glued on TV because All Kalou is happening. But if we were to start and tell people 2 years ago that, hey, your member of parliament's duty, as the other panel was speaking to, their duties are legislation, oversight, and representation, not very attractive. Until it comes to, was your member of parliament in the House when the finance bill was being passed? Very sensational, very attractive. I'll stop at that.
Okay, we'll continue this conversation, but I want also to bring the other side of the panel with Ray. What do you think? So far, the election seems to be very peaceful in All Kalou, and security seems to be well enhanced, and voting process is going on well as expected.
Yes, indeed, Mike, from the updates that we have been receiving on ground, it is smooth sailing as the constituents of All Kalou continue casting their ballot there to replace around there. So my question basically even to my panel on this other end is, are we judging IABC too harshly for what we've heard from them?
Yes, we'll come back to that, but there's something I want you, Wakili, to touch on when it comes to matters that relate to electoral offences. How important is swift investigations and prosecution? How swift should they be so that we can maintain public confidence in elections?
I will start with a punchline. Justice delayed is justice denied. So as soon as something has been picked as being an election offense, we should see the relevant agencies immediately swing into action. And them swinging into action immediately does not mean that they have to carry out the investigation right before our eyes. That one might actually mean they are doing a lot of investigation and they are acting in the background while still continuing, because they are not suspending any of their duties for the purpose of investigating the electoral malfeasance, right? So it should be done almost immediately, almost immediately, because right now I think we have a in terms of the mandate, current mandate for the IEBC,
yes,
all roads leads to All Kalou. So anything that is picked should be dealt with almost immediately, and a verdict that manages the country at large should also be reached expeditiously. Yes.
Very important, very important. Ray, the voting process continues on in All Kalou. What you're seeing on your screen are live pictures from All Kalou constituency. Ray?
Thank you very much, Mike. Now, the question is, are we judging the IEBC too quick, too soon, and based on history? This comes from IEBC Commissioner Alutalala Mukwana, who said that the IEBC, he's dismissed claims that the IEBC lacks credibility, and saying the commissioners who took office barely a year ago deserve to be judged by their own performance. What do you think? We have talked largely about IEBC, Ndwega. What do you think?
IEBC commissioners cannot say that they have taken office. just a year ago, and that we should not judge them. I think it is imperative, such kind of statement is imperative because they have been able to carry out more than 7 by-elections since they took over. And based on those by-elections, they should have already proven to Kenyans. Because by the time you are taking up a responsibility, you already know the scope of such a responsibility. When they applied to be commissioners, they knew what they were going into. And that's why I even differ with people who seek for seats, and then they are told, you know, you first give us time, we have teething problem. By the time you decide to take on, you're already aware of the scope and the implication of your actions. So we are not...
Do you think, are we judging them prematurely?
We are basically not judging IBC prematurely. We have seen the Mbeere North by-elections. We have seen the one that Honorable Seth Panyako, the Malava by-election that they were carrying out. We have seen Magarini. We have seen how they carried it out. When people try to complain, they bring, all manner of excuses that this has not been brought to our table or we are investigating. In fact, I'm shocked to learn that when somebody asked whether the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate are engaging in presidential campaign, the EACC said they are not aware. It's like they don't live in this country. It's like they live somewhere else because it's all over in the news. When Moses Masika Wetangula, the Speaker of the National Assembly, goes around saying, trying to campaign for another term for President William Ruto and all that, and then EACC is brought to accountability and they say they are not aware.
So
I mean,
institutions
that is wrong. Institutions should honor the obligation. We have the EACC, we have the NCIC, National Integration, and that, all that, they should be able to take on their mandate. So I would say Kenyans are not judging IBC harshly. We are barely for 12 months into the next general election. And all this, that's why I said the Kalou by-election is not a litmus test for Gachagua or for William Ruto. It's IBC. They're supposed to prove to Kenyans that they are able to carry out a free, fair, transparent, and verifiable election. It's also good for us to know. If we say that if IBC defends the issuance of mattresses, the gas cylinders, and the boats, that not every handout implies bribery.
Actually, let me be the devil's advocate there. They said that this is what the constituents had asked for. That when they raised issues of unemployment, wanting capacity, building capacity on matters agriculture, that this is what the constituents actually asked for, and it is part of the late Kiharaho's legacy projects.
Then I am eager to see when our hospitals will stop saying that the admitted patients are actually sharing beds or there are no mattresses. I'm eager to see our prisoners, those guys who are in prison, saying they no longer sleep on the floor, that they now have mattresses, because actually those mattresses were branded Government of Kenya. So let this activity go around. We have people who have been affected. For example, they say they have no means to prepare meals. Let them be issued with gas cylinders.
So let it set a precedence across the country.
Let it be across the country.
I can see you nodding. The question of development, and we have seen this particular by-election has drawn senior political leaders from across the country. So would you say that, is it appropriate to view today's outcome, as an early indicator of 2027?
Just like the Kiamba by-election, it was an indicator of what would happen in 2022. The same thing is evident in this election, though I would want first to rebut my fellow panelist.
Yes.
I actually called somebody who's down in Kalou when mattresses were being given out and gas cylinders. And I was told this was a promotion whereby for you to get a gas cylinder, you had to pay 1,500. So it was a facilitation towards green energy. And the mattresses were being given to the elderly. And the elderly, something to do with the elderly in the social...
but why now? That's the big question.
Now, the problem is that we have the media all focused in Kalou. Perhaps these things are going on elsewhere, But now, since every gun is pointed towards Kalou, therefore, this is taken and becomes an emotive issue.
Are you saying it was taken, or rather the development, or rather the projects that we have seen in the last 1 month or so were taken out of context?
It must have been taken out of context because everything is taken, just like you saw the other day, somebody posting hats of UDA being thrown, but forgot to edit that they were DCP hats. So it is the Kenyans and social media are taking things out of context. Number two, we expect IBC to be...
we'll get back to it.
We expect IBC to be Deputy Jesus, to be everywhere at the same time. Remember, any allegation must be followed with evidence. Deputy Jesus. Now, so every allegation must be followed up with evidence. We have seen corruption. You talk of corruption on social media, but you are not ready to proceed and prosecute by being the witness, by reporting to the relevant authorities. So Kenyans are there raising issues, then they don't do a follow-up on the same issues. Just the same thing with media. They raise issues, then they don't follow it up.
So we are not
by presenting the evidence that is needed. Yes, evidence-based reporting.
Do you think that the media has misrepresented what is currently happening in Kalou?
Not at all. Not at all. You know, the reason why I'm laughing is I come from Embu County, and Mbeere North is a constituency within Embu County. During the by-elections, the governor of Embu County was actually distributing lollipops to the people of Mbeere North. We cannot equate that to development at that time.
No, it's an issue.
And we can, excuse me, and we can also not say...
We will not drop names, but what we are looking at, I've asked a very direct question.
So,
do you think that the coverage that we have had so far from various media outlets, and I want to say mainstream media especially, do you think we misrepresented what is happening on ground? Because Melly here is arguing that these were development projects that were taken out of context. Yourself, you're questioning the time.
I will sympathize with Melly. Kutetea serikali ni kazi ngumu sana.
Tumeuliza swali. Do you think that the media misrepresented? It's a yes or
that's
no?
where I'm going.
Yes or no first?
No.
Okay.
Media did not misrepresent
what was happening on ground.
Yes.
Mutuko, now we are here at this crux of the moment where we're looking at perceptions, so to speak. Why do you think some analysts, governance experts included, are reading too much into these by-elections? Why do you think we are reading too much? Or if at all, there is the reading too much into these by-elections?
The two guys, I think they are proponents of what the game that we watched last night at before 85th minute. They were celebrating and making a lot of noise in the city. But they did not wait until the 85th minute, then things started changing. And just at the nick of time, 92nd minute, everything collapsed. What am I trying to say? There is a by-election happening now.
Yes.
And the prefect, we cannot start saying the referee is bad now. Let's wait for the outcome.
We wait for the outcome first. Let's not do it prematurely. So we are also inviting you to be part of this particular conversation. Get us on X. All focus is on Kalou as the by-election gets underway. So, my panel, what lessons can we learn from the voter turnout? As we have seen, it has voters were out before even the polling stations were open at 6 a.m. What can we pick from that? Let's start off with that.
I think for me we can pick three things. Number one, that the voters are yearning for representation at the National Assembly, and that's why they have come out in large numbers to elect somebody whom they feel can represent them. Number two, the long queues is an indicator that people have some sort of faith in the system, and that's why they have come out to vote. They will not be swayed by the happenings in the campaign period or anything like that, but they have come out to exercise their constitutional and their democratic mandate to do what they're supposed to do, to elect a member of parliament to represent them. They are there because that's what they ought to do. They are not tired, and it is also an indicator that in 2027, like Melia said, people are ready to come out to vote the way they feel is right for them. So they are just exercising their right.
They're right. Melly, what do you think we can
that tells me that voter civic education was well done, and Kenyans are awake and alive to their roles, that they must participate in any elections that are called upon, and therefore they cannot sit back, because if 80 or 90% of the voters turn out, that is a good vote and a good indicator.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I usually say, if there were a fool and a clever person running, and the fool has 500, the clever has 500, then the clever people decide to stay behind and 200 turn up, then 500 fools turn up, they'll get their fool elected, and they'll lead even the clever people. So it's telling them that it is their chance to decide their leader for the next 1 year.
Yes. That's what you have picked from the voter turnout. Mr. Mutuku.
Well, they went there as early as from 6, but there is always in elections, there are people who are always present between 6 to 9 a.m.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward now to those people who are supposed to be now going from 10 to 6, whether they'll be available, so that now we can now make a judgment.
5, not 6.
Pardon?
5.
To 5. The closing, the polling stations close at 5.
By 6, I meant 5 anyway. In
All
the
right.
context,
Thank you
that
for-
doesn't
thank you
change.
for the clarification.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Stay within the context of the, you know. The thing is, the ones who went in the morning, we cannot make judgment now, unless I belong to the category of the people yesterday. The thing is, up to 9, we saw queues. Then from 9 to 5, how are we going to maintain the
That
flow?
trajectory.
Then at the end of the day, then we'll be waiting to be told the voter turnout was 60 or 70.
Or 80.
It's too early.
So it's too early to
judge.
call that. So as we prepare to hand over to the other side of the studio where Mike is having his panel, I'd want to know, the first-time voters, the youth, have you seen, what do you think, what matters most to the young voters at this point, and what are they likely to vote differently from previous generations? We've said that the late Kalou held this position for 13 years. So the youth vote in All Kalou, what do you think, Mr. Ndutu?
The youth vote will be very different. The youths of today are not like the youths of yesterday or the yesteryears. The youth of today are more awoke, they are more informed, and I think we saw that by the Finance Bill 2024. They were able to read it, analyze it, and understand it. And when they realized that it did not suit them, there was the Gen Z demonstrations against the Finance Bill 2024. So up to date, we can see how they are continuing to register themselves as voters, and they have decided that they really want to make a difference. And that's why even today, even senior political leaders, they are not joking with the youth vote, because the youth, you are either for them or against them.
Right.
But they have also understood that there is nothing for them without them.
There's nothing for the youth without them.
And that's why they want to be part and parcel of the political activities that are going on in the country, from the registration to voting, even including analyze. Today, if you look at the finance bill that was actually read just the other day by the CS Treasury,
yes.
The issues of youth, the sentiments of youth were fully factored, to the extent that they are always afraid maybe the youth might revolt. So anything that is going on, they are trying to ensure that the youth are part and parcel of the activity.
The youth in All Kalou, who are, we believe, a majority, some of them, we've seen them on the queue, are going to vote differently?
I think, if I got it right, is that the voters this time around, they are using the 2022 voter register.
Yes.
The new voters will not participate in this election, and therefore their youth voice will be heard fully in 2027. But remember, in every political backyard, they have their youth. In as much as the politics are national, but politics also are regional and also are local.
Politics are regional and also local.
Yes.
Mr. Mutuku, the role of women in politics in this particular by-election, what influence do you think women voters have in determining this outcome, and how have been women, visible in this particular, exercise, so to speak?
Women are just as voters as others. It depends on how you talk to them, though they influence a lot, because in the evening they are talking to their sons and daughters and their husbands and villagers. And you see, one of a good example to show the power of a woman is when that Samaritan woman met Jesus. She went out in the village and said, come and see the man. So, and then Philip, when he was questioned, about by Nathaniel, whether there is anything could come from Nazareth, then he also said, come and see. So women have the capacity to say, come and see. But when we go about the youths, they cut across. Remember, I don't want us to make youths look like they do not think. Youths, they are looking for leaders. They are not looking for youths. When I was a young man growing up in Idhanga, where we never had TVs and such things, I would hear about Tom Mboya, and I would wish Tom Mboya lived for me to elect him. Okay?
All right.
People are looking for leaders, not youths.
They're looking for leaders, not youth.
A man who is 80 can be elected by a youth if that youth thinks or feels that he can represent him or her better than a fellow youth. Let's not start thinking of youths like they live in another planet, Mars or Pluto. The youths are for leaders.
The youth are for leaders. Well, the conversation here is a focus on by-election. We have quite a panel here, just putting that into context. What will it mean for governance leadership as well as a political matrix after the polling stations close at 5 p.m. and we have an overview now, or rather a closing. So what we understand is that on ground, Sydney Giverson is on ground at the AC Primary School in Kalou, where we have over 4,000 registered voters, and we understand that the current governor, that is Badilisha, he's already on ground and is expected to cast his ballot at that particular polling station. We take a quick breather, but we continue laying focus and emphasis on the ongoing by-election in Kalou. We'll be right back.
Join us today and enjoy quick loan approvals, attractive returns on your investment, and unmatched customer experience. Membership is now open to all. Port Saco, uplifting people.
Michuano ya kombe la dunia yanakaribia kilele, na sasa ni kufa kupona. Farasi wawili wanaopatana ugani, ni mmoja tu ndiye atakayesalia, huku mwingine akifunganya virago na kuelekea nyumbani. Je, ni timu gani itakayotwaa ubingwa huu mnamo Julai 19 pale MetLife Stadium? Jibu hili utalipata hapa KBC Channel 1, tukikupeperushia matangazo ya FIFA World Cup moja kwa moja kutoka Mexico, Canada na USA.
Goal! They've done it!
Pia unaweza kupokea matangazo haya kupitia stesheni za redio za KBC. Istoshe, kwa wale wanaopenda kuona mechi kupitia big screens, KBC itawatembelea mtaani kwenu. World Cup iko KBC. KBC, your true sports partner.
World Cup iko KBC na Kenya ina watch pamoja. Nairobi, Nakuru, Kitengela, Kalou, and Kisi. Come join your favorite KBC presenters and DJs kwa ground. Feel the bow fever in every city.
Welcome back. This is Focus on All Kalou, and we have been at it from 6:30, and we can bet we will be with you up until the end, or rather closing time at the polling stations, and also continue giving you the results. And the question this morning has been, whatever outcome that will come from All Kalou, it will definitely impact not only the political scene, but also governance and leadership, and more so the electorate in All Kalou that are already casting their ballot. I'm Regina Manyara. Now, before we bring this to a close, I'd want to give my panel a moment to just give us their final comments in regard to what they have so learned from the coverage that we've had since morning in the voting exercise that is currently underway, and what expectations the electorate will have. Do you think the winner of this particular by-election will focus on completing Kiharao's projects and strengthening oversight of national government, or will they be seeking to actually introduce a new development agenda? Mr. Mutoko, as we wrap this up.
People who care will love continuity.
Continuity.
Mushina worked with the successful late David Jogona Kiarao. He knows everything. He was the CDF manager. People who care will like continuity.
We'll go with continuity. That is Peter Mutuko, a governance and leadership expert. Melly, from a political point of view, will we have a continuation of the late legacy, or are we going to see, introduced new development for the winner?
For me, since the CDF committee is in place, it is just a continuation of what is in place. Remember, at this point, as the election is going on, the CDF committee is sitting down with making a work plan and a budget for the next financial year, which we are already in. That means by the time the next member of parliament is sworn in, some of these things would have been overtaken by events, so it just fit into the plans that are there.
All right, so you're reading continuity.
Continuity.
Either way, however the outcome looks like. So Ndoga, last but do we see new development or continuity of the projects that have already been laid as you bring this up?
Upon swearing in of whoever will be elected, and we wish all the candidates nothing but the best. For me, I would say, based on the calendar of events, the electoral calendar which was released by IEBC, whoever will be elected will get into a campaign mode, now starting to gear up for the nominations, so that because by 29th of March, we are supposed to have the candidates. That means if you work backwards, the candidates or aspirants will now start to work out the nomination process, the political parties, all that. So based on that calendar, whoever will be sworn in will just continue with campaign mode and not necessarily new development or even completion, because they may not be that time.
They will not have time.
Yeah.
So as we close from this other side of the panel, we encourage all voters from All Kalou to exercise their democratic right peacefully and in accordance with the law. The polling continues up until 5 p.m. and our coverage will continue throughout the day across Kenya broadcasting platforms. Here I've been your host, Regina Manyara, and I wish you a pleasant day ahead as I hand over to Mike Mewe. He's on the other side of the studio.
Indeed. And I want to take this as your closing remarks. And I'll start with you, Wakoko. It's important to touch on the role of ORPP in enforcing the Political Parties Act and encouraging peaceful campaigns.
Thank you, Mike. In focusing on this by-election and generally all through the electoral cycle, we have observers and monitors who are on the ground now in All Kalou, who are doing fact-finding and checking how the elections are being carried out. And even prior to the polling day, which is today, we still had our colleagues on the ground checking how political parties and party candidates are conducting themselves. So then we also we work through a platform. There's a platform called Political Parties Liaison Committee, which comprises the register of political parties, IBC, and political parties. This is the platform that we use to engage in dialogue. And I think from where I stand, or sit rather, dialogue is important, because that is where now we have a conversation about what is the importance of you conducting yourself in line with the code of conduct and the political parties generally. We have also as the fear of the sanctions that we do have under Section 21, where a political party has flouted the Political Parties Act or the Code of Conduct, then they become subject to suspension or deregistration and deregistration. Of course, this now takes some bit of time, so it has to proceed with fact-finding, some bit of investigation before the office now issues the notices. But perhaps to crown it all, the collaborations that we do have with other actors like IBC, NCIC have gone a long way in ensuring that political parties are adhering to the laws, because some of these things are spread across various statutes. To conclude, Mike, we have provisions under Section 7 of the Political Parties Act that every political party must adhere to. We do conduct inspections and clinics, audit clinics, which check to enable us to check whether political parties are complying with the set parameters, and that we do it continuously, because it's a moving target.
It's a moving target.
Thank you.
Wakili, your closing remarks. What are the lessons for political parties and IEBC from these by-elections as we head into 2027?
I think in response to that, we can tell that already the electorate, the Kenyan voter, expects a very high threshold of integrity within all these institutions. The expectations, the legal expectation is that there is going to be a very high threshold of how they are going to carry out the process. At the end of the day, we need to make sure that there is peace and that everything that carries through the entire process is peaceful. The lessons that we have taken is that, one, the voice of the people of Kalou today is very loud in those ballot boxes. So mine is to encourage them to come out in big numbers so that they can continue putting their voice in the leadership of their constituency. Yes. The next other thing maybe I will mention is that as a country, Abraham Lincoln once said that a house that is divided against each other cannot stand. So elections come and go, but Kenya will remain, and Kenya is one.
Kenya is one.
And today, democracy will win when the process is fair, transparent, credible, verifiable, and if we are able to maintain peace. And if that process is as fair as it should be, concessions from all the other candidates and congratulating the winning candidate will be the greatest and the highest test of democracy.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed. Thank you so much. That is Wakili Philomena Gatacha, who is an advocate of the High Court, and also Wafula Wakoko, who is the head of Legal and Advisory Services, Office of Registrar of Political Parties. This is where this analysis, the first analysis, ends, but it continues up next with Ben Troy Njowe. So remember that we have reporters stationed in all Kalou who will be bringing you more updates as the by-election unfolds. My name is Mike Migwe. Thank you for tuning in since we started. Keep it KBC Channel 1. The analysis continues up next.
Kajiado, Entasuba. ni habari njema kwa wakazi wa Kajiado. Burdan tunayo. Nosim FM sasa inavuma kupitia masafa yetu mapya ya 105.7.
Kitabautwa County Olkejuado.
Pata uhondo na burdan kemkem kwa lugha unayoienzi ya Kimaa. Ukiwa na Manga, Rongai, Mashuru, Kitengela, Ilbisil, Kiserian, Ngong au hata Isinya, stesheni ya Nosim FM inakupakulia mambo yote kupitia 105.7. Ni mwamko mpya na Nosim FM 105.7 Kajiado County.
Nosim FM, Osimlino.
Slim Nyarawendo SNA
Radio Mayiga Mato Marwa.
Located along the ranges of Nyandarua, Kalou constituency covers approximately 1,109 kilometers squared. Kalou is the headquarters of Nyandarua County. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission (IEBC) has registered 73,480 voters who are expected to exercise their democratic right of voting in the 144 gazetted polling stations. Kalou constituency consists of 5 wards, namely Karau, Rurie, Kaimbaga, Mirangine and Kanjuirerege. The constituency is predominantly agricultural, with thousands of residents depending on farming and livestock keeping for their livelihoods. Irish potatoes are the leading cash crop and are grown extensively across all wards. Maize, beans and peas are also cultivated on a large scale. Cabbages and carrots are largely grown in Rurie ward, which is renowned for intensive horticultural farming. Fruit farming is common in parts of Mirangine, Kaimbaga and areas bordering the Aberdare ecosystem, where farmers grow avocados, tree tomatoes, plums, pears and apples. Dairy farming is another major economic activity, with farmers supplying milk to processors and markets within and outside the county. Key landmarks include Lake Olbolosat, the only natural lake in central Kenya and an important habitat for birds and wildlife, as well as Kalou Arboretum, one of the country's notable forest recreation sites. Infrastructure development has continued to improve connectivity within the constituency. The revival of the Gilgil Kalou Nyahururu railway line is expected to enhance transportation, lower the cost of moving goods and services, and stimulate trade and tourism. The area is also served by major road networks linking it to Nairobi, Nakuru and Nyahururu and neighboring counties. Geshoke Washira, Channel 1 News.
Good morning and a warm welcome to this special coverage of the All Kalou by-election. And as you have seen since we started here in the morning, we are keeping you abreast with what is currently happening. Allow me just to point out a few things before we begin this live discussion. Is that as you've heard, 73,480 voters are going to the ballot to ensure that they exercise their right. 9 candidates seek to replace the late David Kiaraho, who was the Member of Parliament. And as we know, and as we have seen in the last couple of days, couple of weeks, and a few months ago, we have seen a lot of charged politics in All Kalou. But this is the D-Day. So far, so good. IEBC, the latest we've had is that, of course, we've seen the low voter turnout. IEBC has ruled out the manual register. IEBC also has assured the residents of fair, credible, and fair, credible poll. We also have heightened security, over 1,000 police officers deployed. A lot to talk about, a lot of ground to cover. What do we know so far? That is the UDA candidate, that is Samuel Mushina Nyaga of UDA. He has already cast his ballot, that as you can see. Let's listen in. You can't hear the monitor?
Media, please, so that we can see the book. Please. Tafadhali. Songeni kabisa tuone booth ionekane. Booth ionekane na hapa.
Oya, songeni nyuma jo. Oya, songeni nyuma ndo tupate.
Getting a chance to market the book where he will also get a chance to take and mark for the first time
Mungekuja nyuma.
Do it as you wish.
Yes. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
I feel the process is good because, as you can see, people have turned out in large numbers, and it's really encouraging to see how people have turned out to vote and to exercise their democratic right. And I feel like, as we have talked with the people of All Kalou, we have had 3 months to campaign, and I feel like we have done all our best, and people have really listened to us because we encouraged everyone within our constituencies to come out today and to come out in large numbers so that they could elect the Member of Parliament who will serve them for the next 1 year. So I feel people are really, the turnout is really encouraging.
Okay.
Security, I feel today we have the security is well organized. Kwa sababu ukiangalia utaona maafisa wa polisi, they are everywhere. They are manning our roads and our police stations. So I feel the security is quite well today. Na sijapata incidents yote isipokuwa an incident that happened yesterday that one of my vehicle ambayo ilikuwa nasafirisha my agent ilikuwa pahali panaitwa Mugumo, ilienda ikachomwa na wahuni. But the situation ikakuwa controlled. Other than that incident that happened yesterday night where my vehicle was burned, sijapata incidents zingine. But of course, today's morning I have had some 2 other incidences whereby I've had some individuals wenye wanapeana pesa huku kwa polling station, and I'm calling the IEBC to investigate the issue because I have heard from my people ya kwamba kuna watu walikuwa kwa police station kadhaa ambao wanajaribu kuhonga wapiga kura katika police station zetu. But I believe IEBC will take the action against those individuals who are trying to bribe our people so that we can have free and fair elections today. I encourage whoever is at home, please come out and come and exercise your voting right, kwa sababu kupiga kura ni haki ya kila mmoja wetu, mimi ningewahimiza, ingawa ninaona ya kwamba wananchi wetu wamejitokeza vizuri, lakini pia tungetaka the turnout to be good. Maybe even if it's possible we have 100% voters turnout hapa kwetu constituency ya Olkalau, ili wananchi waweze kuamua ni nani wangetaka akuwe mjumbe wao wa mwaka mmoja ambao umebaki.
Have you reported that matter, the case that you said?
I have just come from home. Ndio nimetoka nyumbani, and as you know, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'll take the necessary action. Kama ni kuripoti, nitaenda ni report, so that action can be taken. Kwa sababu sitaki kuiongea tu kwa mdomo. I want to take action. Even the last time that my banners were pulled down, I took the action and reported the matter to the police and the agencies that are concerned with the investigation, kwa sababu mimi ni mwananchi ambaye anapenda sana kufuata sheria, sio mambo tu ya kuongea.
Uko tayari kukubali matokeo?
I'm ready for the outcome because I know I'm winning. I'm ready for it.
What if you lose?
I'm ready. The people of Olkalau will talk at the ballot. Just wait in the evening. What the people decide is what we'll do for. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Very well, that has been the UDA candidate earlier on who voted earlier in the morning, Samuel Mushina Nyaga, who is flying the UDA flag, and he is exuding confidence in a race that seeks to replace the late David Garago. Remember, that was the UDA candidate. There are 8 other candidates because the total number is 9 candidates. But as analysts have seen, and as we have seen from the politics of the last couple of weeks, is that more or less is narrowing down to a 3-horse race. But let's not write off the others. We have Samuel Mushina, we have Sami Kamau Ngodo of DCP, Wilson Kiwa of Jubilee. But we will be looking at the matters and everything that is surrounding this by-election. Remember that all eyes are on Olkalau. I covered the Mbere North by-election, and I can tell you this is quite big. The Mbere North by-election and the campaign that's were there are not as charged as we have now. So we'll be looking at the governance issues surrounding that, and we'll also be keeping tabs with what is actually happening. JJ Kyoria is also keeping tabs with what is happening, and also my colleague Giverson Minor is also in Olkalau to ensure that we keep you afloat with all the latest happening. Remember, voting closes at 6 p.m. but anyone who will be in the voting in the polls by 6 p.m. Will also be allowed to vote. My name is Bentro. Enjoy. Many thanks indeed for joining us, and let's continue with this conversation and see whether we will have a new member of parliament for Olkalau by the close of business today. Allow me to introduce my panelists who have already arrived in studio. Thank you indeed so much for making time, and because you know very well that this is a matter of governance, matter of politics, matter of political parties, we are honored to be hosting CPA Agatha Wahome, who is the Assistant Registrar of the political parties. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Ben. And good morning, Kenyans.
And just next to her, we have Leo Kafafa, who is a public policy analyst, political analyst, and also a governance expert, and is also an aviation expert. A lot is happening, by the way, in aviation. Was Kenya Airways and KQ, I'm quite sure.
Yes.
Some things good, because at the end of the day, we've heard that we also need to separate matters governance and politics, because sometimes they also end up hurting our economy as well. Mm-hmm. Maybe you can start there.
Yeah, thank you, Ben, and thank you for having me, and good morning, viewers. Yes, you've just touched on Kenya Airways. Of course, it's a favorite topic of mine. There's fantastic news coming in from Kenya Airways. This week they've officially started flights on their 777 aircraft, which is a big deal for Kenyans. If you followed the news recently, that 777 had been on loan, had been on lease to Turkish Airlines over the past 10 years. And it has now recently come back. They've completed the process of deregistering it in Turkey and registering it afresh here in Kenya. And the first flights, I think, to Mombasa started yesterday, if I'm not wrong. I think I was on one of those flights, by the way. It's a fantastic addition to the KQ fleet. It's a 400-seater plane. It's going to deal with much needed capacity, the capacity issue that KQ has been having. This plane is going to deal with it, and we are looking forward to seeing it servicing the Nairobi-London sector. So that is great news. KQ is building capacity. I think they are working closely with the government to ensure that they get the requisite funding that they need to expand and to operate profitably. I think profitability is in the not too near distance.
Yeah, because future. Kenyans are really waiting. It's been years.
Yes, it's been a long time, but the support is there. The requisite support is now there.
Okay. Yeah. And straight to the conversation, I'm looking at the All Kalou by-election. It's attracted national interest. And why is it? Is it simply a contest of local politics, or is it a political referendum? I would like to pose this question to Madam Akatha, because it has attracted a lot of interest. As I mentioned earlier on, I did cover the Mbeere North by-elections, and they weren't as charged and did attract as much attention as these by-elections.
Thank you, Ben, for that question. And indeed, All Kalou has really attracted a lot of attention. But you realize that unlike Mbeere, we are more closer to the general election. And the closer we get, the more interests it arouses to participate in electoral processes. And I could say that it is a good thing when Kenyans become interested in politics, because it is a constitutional right guaranteed in the Constitution, and it is also an obligation that they have to participate in electoral processes. So I think if you are able to maintain that interest, it would really open up the political space for more understanding and for more appreciation, even by Kenyans, and not just on voting, but even on participation when it comes to the political parties level. And as you realize, if political leaders mostly, and generally leaders in our country, most of them come from the political parties. We are still not yet in that space where independent candidates are more than the political parties. And therefore it would be a good thing if Kenyans are able to participate at the political parties level, so that the leaders that are produced at the political parties can be good enough to serve this country as national leaders. So I think it is a conversation that we can continue having on political participation, not just during the pre-election and election period, but throughout the electoral period. Thank you.
Leo, I'm still going to ask the same question, because if you look at the dailies, if you look at the social media, talking about the litmus test, if you have seen that word, could it be a litmus test for the control of the mountain, for 2027 general election, or because we are closer to the general election, just like Madam Akatha has mentioned, it has attracted a lot of interest. I would like to pick your mind in regards to the same, because if you ask me about a litmus test, we've had by-election in other parts of the country, but we haven't talked about this is a litmus test on the northern part of Kenya. We had by-elections in Isiolo. It's not the mountain. We had one in Mbeere North. We had one in Western. But we didn't talk about any litmus test in terms of political parties and control.
If you ask me, if we must use the phrase litmus test, this would apply essentially to two of the main parties that are contesting this election, and that is Jubilee and the DCP party. Essentially because these two parties are fighting for a constituency, and the constituency is ethnic. They are fighting for supremacy on the mountain, because the perception around this country is that the mountain is up for grabs. If I circle back to the last election, you realize that the mountain, that is that constituency called Mount Kenya, or Central Kenya if you so will, voted with the government of the day, that is UDA. And there was a fallout subsequently, and a section of that mountain feels disgruntled and feels that they want to chart their own course away from UDA. But even within that section that is has so quote-unquote fallen away, there are still divisions, because there's a fight for supremacy between DCP and between the Jubilee party. So this litmus test is not so much measuring up UDA to the others, because UDA has proven itself, and as you've rightly said, we've had other elections, quite a number actually, And in all those by-elections, I think UDA has more or less carried the day in most of them, at least in about 95% of the elections that we've had so far. This one, then, is a little different because this particular constituency, or Kalou, that is being contested, is not a UDA stronghold. I think in the last, the candidate who occasioned this by-election ran on a Jubilee ticket and won the day. So this constituency has never been part of the UDA stable. It's away from the UDA stable.
Yeah.
So if UDA does prevail at the end of the day, it's a plus for them. It proves that what they've been doing all along is working, and they're able to carry the day. If it does not prevail, it's still no sweat off their skin, because it was never theirs in the first place. But for UDA, for DCP and Jubilee, that's where the supremacy contest is, and that's where the litmus test really is, to see who has the heart and the soul of Central Kenya.
Madam Agatha, I'm looking at your role, your office in this by-election, and how does it complement the work of IEBC?
The Office of the Registrar of Political Parties is in charge of registration of political parties, regulation, and the administration of the political parties fund, summarized as stated in the Act. And as an office, most of the work come way before the real election. And one of the key roles of the office is to certify the membership registers or membership lists for the political parties, which are used during the nomination processes and are also forwarded to IEBC for purposes of the IEBC candidate registration processes. So that is one of the key roles that the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties play. The other thing is that the office is also in charge of training the political parties' agents on their roles and responsibilities when it comes to the election day. These are the people who have been entrusted by the parties or the candidates for purposes of checking the process. They are the eyes on the ground when it comes to checking the electoral processes on behalf of the candidates and on behalf of the parties. So a few days before the election, we take them through a training just so that they can be in tandem with the electoral processes, and they can also be able to carry themselves properly when it comes to their role in the elections. The other thing is that during the candidate registration processes by IEBC, we also participate in confirming that those candidates actually belong to political parties, including their proposers and their seconders. And when it comes also to independent candidates, as much as the office is not in charge of independent candidates, we have a role to confirm that the independent candidates do not belong to any political parties, and so is also their proposers and their seconders. And coming into the election, we have monitors on the ground on the election day just to observe and see how the political parties and the political party candidates carry themselves out. And this is important in terms of ensuring that the lessons that are picked from the ground inform decisions of either policy or sensitization, and even in terms of how to engage better with political parties as a regulator going forward.
Okay, just to hold the thought, as you can see on your live feed, that is a live feed from All Kalou AC Primary. That is the governor, the Nyandarua County governor. He is casting his ballot. I don't know whether he'll be offering. We'll be giving an interview in regards to the same, but early on, as you've heard, the UDA candidate, he voted early on, a little bit early on, and he exuded confidence. So far, so good, if you ask me. We have seen, although we have had voter apathy when it comes to by-elections, we are still following up on what exactly is happening. So far, so good. Of course, the police have said that they have even mounted some of the roadblocks to ensure that they be able to control the crowd. And even IEBC said that as soon as you complete voting, you should exit the polling station and wait for the results. That's the governor there. Having some photos and also casting his ballot. Well, let's wait and see whether he will be able to give us an interview as soon as he has completed voting. But still on the same, still on your point, how are you ensuring that parties adhere to the Constitution? We have not had any issues on the nomination, but when it comes to the campaigns themselves, I think Kenyans have seen that they are not being conducted in the right way. And even IEBC has alluded, even said that if things remain the way they are, we may be forced to postpone this election.
One of the ways that as an office we are looking into compliance by the political parties is through their constitutions. Because before a party is registered, it's required to have a constitution that is a party constitution that is compliant with the Act, and the election and nomination rules, which they shall employ when it comes to nomination of candidates for the election. But beyond the nomination and the constitution, we also have how would I put it? We have our office carrying out continuous compliance checks when it comes to a campaign. We have officers on the ground, and as much as they may be thinly spread, they monitor the activities of political parties even as they go on with their campaigns. And we also have the Political Parties Liaison Committee, which is a committee that brings together different all political parties actually, together with the IBC and the ORPP. And in that forum, parties are able to sit together and speak to each other directly on the same table. And it is in such forums that when people speak together, they are able to come up with better ways of working. And this includes drawing campaign schedules that are not conflicting and that would not resort into violence during the campaign periods, and also in terms of ensuring that they adhere to the campaign timelines that have been set by IEBC. So it is a concerted effort, not just from IEBC, but also from the political parties themselves, and the continuous monitoring by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Leo, we have seen very low voter turnout, and especially when it comes to by-elections. Yeah, of course, some people cannot travel, some people have work to do, but we are looking at the very low voter turnout. In Mbeere North, it was less than 50%. And looking at the young people, I remember getting some views from the voters, but there were no young people. And looking at those pictures, we are not seeing the young generation. They came out 2 years ago, and even last year, they came out strongly to show that they really need to have a space in governance and leadership. But looking at those lines, we are not seeing the young people.
I think young people have not moved beyond their rhetoric, the rhetoric of bringing change into this country, utilizing their numbers. I think for them, I mean, trying to understand the mind of particularly Gen Z, they would prefer a situation where voting is done perhaps electronically, you know, where they can sit in the comfort of their houses and push a button on their phones and cast a ballot. But we are not there yet as a country. We don't have the sort of systems that can enable you cast your vote remotely. And we will not be there for the foreseeable future, because such an undertaking is expensive. So these young people need to be told that they really have to do the hard work that the rest of us have done over the decades. They need to register first of all as voters, then they need to turn up when we have by-elections. Not only for members of parliament, but even lower down to the grassroots, down to the MCA. They really need to know who their MCAs are, and then move upwards actually to the very top. But we still haven't seen a significant change of attitude, which was my greatest misgiving, even over the last Gen Z movements that we had seen in 2024 all the way to last year, or actually at some point this year. My misgivings were that these people were all about rhetoric and the psych and the mass movement, but little when it came to the real action, when it came
because
to the
we didn't see big numbers or huge numbers when it came to the mass voter registration.
True. And that is where, I mean, that's where the details really are when it comes to voter registration. Because without that voter registration, then there's absolutely no impact that these young guys are going to make, even with their sheer numbers. And I've urged them, actually, even all the way from back in 2021, I've urged them repeatedly, telling them that the future really is in their hands, as Mandela would say. And what they need to do is to mobilize their numbers and make the change that they want to see done. But it has not happened, it has not materialized. There is a lot of apathy when it comes to the hard work of shoving and pushing and waiting patiently in the sun to sign up as registered voters. And not only that, to actually turn up on election day and queue for hours on end to cast their ballot. It's hard work, it's not easy. But for our generation, the older generation, who know that this is their civic duty and who take it seriously, those are the ones that you can always rely on to turn up time and again. Yeah.
Madam Agatha, I'm looking at the campaigns, and to be very honest, Kenyans were not very happy with what they saw on TV and what we have seen on social media, and even have lost lives in regards to the campaigns themselves. And campaign conduct is always under scrutiny. We've seen IEBC crack its whip, and two legislators, Honorable Gekaria and Wanjiku Mohia, have already been fined because of electoral malpractice. What standards are parties expected to hold? And do you believe the fines that were given to these two legislators were deterrent enough as we head to the 2027 general election?
Thank you for that question, Ben. But before I answer that, allow me to weigh in on the issue of the youth.
Yes.
After the 2024 youth uprising, we and the partyless and leaderless rhetorics that came, we felt as an office that there is need to engage the youth more.
Yes.
And we have actually been trying to engage them to participate in electoral processes, because as much as the registration as a voter is low for the youth, it is even worse when it comes to party membership. And they have, most of the youth felt that they do not need to be members of political parties, yet they wanted to influence the political parties. And we have been having programs just to try and bring the youth together, make them understand the importance of joining political parties and participating actively. And I can say that with the little steps that we have made, there has been some effort. But more importantly, it needs to continue as a long-term project for purposes of ensuring that people understand their role, people understand how they can be able to benefit, and how they can be able to influence decisions inside the political parties and inside the structures that have been set by our constitution, because that is what our constitution gave us, political parties as vehicles for electoral and political leadership. Having said that, when it comes to campaigns, there has been a lot of talk, especially, and we have seen also a lot on the TVs about campaigns in Kalou, and some people have even been charged. But as much as I'm not in IEBC, I would like to say that the role of IEBC is not criminal in nature. Their work is to enforce the Electoral Code of Conduct. And IEBC sat, investigated, and determined those as the right amounts or right charges that they should inflict on these parties that have or these people that have done one thing or the other that is not as per the Electoral Code of Conduct. But more importantly, it is a first step even in deterring others who may want to come and do the same malpractice.
The reason I'm asking this is because these two legislators belong to political parties who sponsored them to parliament. IEBC has cracked its whip, so it's only fair that even the political parties crack their whip.
The political parties are guided by the political parties code of conduct.
Yes.
And these malpractices are actually prohibited by the code of conduct. As an office, we have our teams on the ground, and they are doing fact-finding just to see whether there is any responsibility that can be placed on the political party itself, or it is an individual responsibility. And more importantly, it is important that when these things happen, Kenyans come out and put parties to account, both the parties and individuals, because you realize even when you want to take action, either as a registrar, either as IEBC, or even as judiciary, there has to be some proof. There has to be some evidence that have to be tabled and presented for the various institutions to be able to make a determination and a decision. So once we have all the facts laid, then we will call upon the parties to crack the whip on their own candidates and aspirants.
Leo, allow me to pick from where Agatha has left in regards to the campaigns. We have seen even bloodied because we have lost lives. We have seen destruction of property. We have seen maiming of even leaders. And as she has said, it's a first, and it's a good thing that IBC has cracked its whip. I would like to pick your mind in regards to the same, because if IBC has cracked its whip and, say that, you cannot do this, and even find these legislators, is that deterrent enough? Because we are heading to the 2027 general election. This is only one election, actually a by-election.
Yeah. Ben, what must be borne in mind is that it's not just IEBC's responsibility. Dealing with electoral malpractices, I think, is a multi-sector agency effort involving IEBC itself, of course, and you've seen, as you have rightly said, they've cracked the whip. It also involves the Inspector General of the police. It involves NCIC, it involves EACC, and instances where the police are found to be complicit or
apologies, Kafafa, allow us to just cross over to Olkalau, where Governor Moses Kiarie Badilisha is currently addressing the press. He has just completed his voting at the Olkalau AC Primary School. Let's listen.
All is well, and I hope it's going to continue like this up to the end of exercise. Na niulize, kwa sababu naona watu wamekuja mapema. Tukimaliza uchaguzi saa 11, kura zihesabiwe. Tukilala leo tujue mambo iko namna gani. Na hiyo ndio italeta utulivu, na tutashukuru sana hiyo kazi ikiendelea kama tunavyoitarajia.
Has been Governor Badilisha there addressing the press just after he cast his ballot, and he's urging the Olkalau residents to come out in large numbers to vote, because as you have seen from the numbers themselves, they are not quite encouraging. But let's hope as the day unfolds, then the numbers are going to be increasing. Allow me to go back to your question, Kafafa, in regards to the campaigns themselves. Even we did see IBC crack its whip, and we know very well elections, it's a multi-sectoral approach.
Yes.
So I believe, and it's always better when, more or less like the way we were disciplined in school, and when we go back home we are disciplined. Political parties should take the role now and also try to, whip their people into ensuring that they follow the rule of law.
Ben, the reason why I alluded to the fact that electoral malfeasance is approached through a multi-sector agency approach is because there are many moving parts that must come together before the whip is cracked in some quarters. Because sometimes from one lens, yes, you can see that this is glaringly an electoral malfeasance. But when you subject the same to other lenses, then you find that it does not contravene Article 81, which actually sets out the conduct of elections and how they are supposed to, and how parties and all stakeholders are supposed to conduct themselves. So we wait for that more informed position from other agencies other than IEBC. In fact, I think the IEBC fine, the couple of fines that have been levied so far, I think one has already been appealed, I think in a court of law, and it has been held in abeyance for the moment, as the matter is probably goes to for determination before a court of law. So that's just one approach. So if you crack the whip on account of an action that IEBC has taken, and that has been stopped temporarily by a court of law, then you're jumping the gun, so to speak. So let's wait, first of all, for all the stakeholders, IEBC itself, of course, which has pronounced itself in the matter, the IG, NCIC, EACC, and IPOA, where, of course, police conduct is in question. So you'd rather have an informed position from a combination of all these stakeholders rather than jump the gun as a party to sanction your members over what may well turn out to be too much fuss about nothing.
Agatha, looking at the 9 candidates, they all belong to a political party. I don't think there's anyone who is doing it on an independent ticket. But I'm looking at how do you ensure political parties comply with the law? You're one of the major stakeholders when it comes to this by-election. And how much has civic education gone into educating the voters there?
One of the ways in which we ensure that political parties comply with the law is through capacity building and sensitization of the different organs within the political parties, the officials, as well as the leadership of the political parties. And when we come into organs, we mainly focus, or we pay a lot of attention, especially as we go to the general elections, into the internal dispute resolution mechanisms of the party, because those are the ones that come in handy in ensuring that there is discipline within the parties, and and as well as ensuring that matters of dispute are resolved at that level. But also when it comes to party compliance, we ensure that we do compliance checks on a continuous basis, actually at least one every quarter, just to ensure that parties are actually complying with the reasons why they came into force in the first place, and also the conditions for which they came into force or they were registered are also maintained throughout the cycle. And the registrar is able to issue notices and sanctions when those conditions are flouted. And but we work together with parties in terms of ensuring that they don't get to the deregistration or to the suspension level. But if it happens, we get there.
Yeah, all right. And I'm also informed that the DCP candidate, that is Sami Kamau Ngotho, will be addressing, actually he's addressing, my director informs you that he is addressing the press right now. Let's first of all listen in. All right, let's get that feed clear, and then we'll be crossing over where Samuel Kamau Ngotho, the DCP candidate, he wants to address the press, and we are keeping our eyes and lenses peeled for that. But Leo, picking from where Madam Agatha has left in regards to civic education, and looking at how we have seen the campaigns being carried out, we know, let's be honest, I think the newest word in the Kenyan vocabulary has been goonism in the last couple of months. And looking at the role that all the stakeholders, including IBC, including the registrar of political parties that we have here, civic education is more than critical when it comes to matters of elections.
I totally agree. You mentioned the word goonism, and there's been a lot of it. But let's look at goonism, and we see who really benefits. I think there's a Latin word that says qui bono, who really benefits from goonism. And from where I sit, I do not see the government of the day or the UDA party really being a beneficiary of goonism. For what? Like I said, this election is not strictly speaking a litmus test for them, but it's a litmus test between Jubilee and DCP for the control of central Kenya. We've seen some candidates from one of the parties, let me not mention, but anecdotal evidence has told us that there are some candidates, rather there are some parties, party leaders that have pronounced themselves about elections, and in a rather negative light. I think one of them even said that 2027 will make the post-election violence of 2007-8 look like a child's play.
Yeah.
And he's in the, I mean, those words are in the public domain. And those are words that could be construed to mean that there'll be election violence. And we've seen also a certain party leader again banning elements from other parties. From
Kindly hold the thought. I'm informed that Sami Kamau Ngodo is now addressing the press. Let's first of all listen in. Remember, he's a DCP candidate in the All Kalau by-election.
Traveling, we wish them well, safe journeys to arrive here on time, so that every vote counts. That is what we want. Every vote must count. We must exercise that right that is there in our constitution, what we call universal suffrage. Let everyone have the right to vote. Thank you.
Are you confident of winning?
Well, I have done my campaign very well. I've put my trust in God. The numbers are very good from the exit polls, both from our side and even the side that we are competing with. The margins are very wide, and you'll see in a few hours. So, to answer your question, in the affirmative, it's an obvious yes.
Maybe you can tell us about an incident that happened last night here. Some people were attacked and
Sami Kamau Ngodo, they are also exuding confidence in today's poll. Remember, he's a DCP flag bearer. Remember, the elections have 9 candidates, though many have talked about the front 3, that is DCP, UDA, and Jubilee Party. And just in case you joined us, it's a live coverage. We have my colleagues, 2 of them are actually in All Kalau to monitor that election, and we're also monitoring it right here. And allow me just to reintroduce my panelists. Beginning from my immediate left, we have CPA CS Agatha Wahome, who is Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. Just next to her, we have Leonard Kafafa, who is a public policy analyst. Apologies for that, but there's something you were talking about in regards to Gunism.
Yes.
And we have seen it.
Yeah.
Basically, almost all the by-elections that we have seen, and even the campaigns.
That's right. Ben, we had also discussed, prior to the break, we discussed and said that there's that Latin phrase to the effect, cui bono, who really benefits from this Gunism. And with regard to this particular election, I do not see the UDA party benefiting from any form of violence, because for them it just simply isn't worth it. But the 2 quote-unquote antagonists who would benefit from the violence would be the DCP party and the Jubilee party, because for them it's a supremacy contest.
Yeah.
Then I also mentioned that certain elements in one of those parties, certain party leaders pronounced themselves, have in the past pronounced themselves about violence. They've even alluded to the fact that 2027 may make 2007 look like child's play. I mean, that is in the public domain. And that obviously is a subtle threat, and it points to violence. Then we've seen also certain party leaders again issuing caveats or issuing warnings against other party members moving into Nyandarua to conduct their campaigns. And again, even when those warnings were disregarded, it resulted in violence. So for me, that's not the government of the day perpetuating the violence. I think it is something more insidious. It's something to do with parties within. Again, you've seen some of these antics actually become farcical. They become comical in a way, because you see somebody, a member of parliament, claiming that his car has been shot at several times, then running into a house, and then giving some presser, while appearing to be trembling. Yet this member of parliament has not reported the attack to the police. He has not made any complaints, official complaints anywhere, but he just alludes to violence, and he wants to claim that it's the government of the day that is perpetuating that violence. So a lot of these things are staged. A lot of this goonism is funded, I think, by those who have more skin to losing this game than the government of the day.
Yeah. Let me pick from where Leo has left. I know IEBC has mentioned and has talked about it. The National Police Service has also talked about goonism when it comes to political parties, political formations. How are you dealing with that? Because let's be very honest, these goons are either sponsored by the political party or by the candidates of the political parties themselves. Where are you cracking the whip here?
For the Registrar of Political Parties,
yes,
we are working together with other institutions, duty bearers. We have a working relationship with the NSCIC, the ORPP, and the police. And this is mainly for purposes of sharing information, as well as taking action against whoever is culpable. But as we speak, as Leonard has said here, when an offense is not reported, when there is no evidence, then it becomes very hard to execute and to separate the candidate and the party, the actions of the candidate and the action of the party. So it is thing that we must approach from a multi-sectoral perspective, so that as the office of the registrar, if we are actually able to prove that this is the action of the party, then we can be able to take the actions that are provided for under the PPA, the Political Parties Act. And the registrar has the powers to issue notices, suspension, or even the registration of a party. But that has to come in a way that is proved, that is not witch hunt, and where we are not punishing the whole party because of one person's actions.
Leo, let's look at the funds that are being used, or the resources being used. Election is becoming very expensive in the country. Looking at how much money the political parties are splashing out for just an MP or even a civic ward. I also covered the civic wards in Mbeere North by elections. It's a lot, and it's locking out the young generation, is locking out anybody who does not have money. Let's go to Kalou. For the optics, many have argued that the projects that have been initiated by the government, although the government has said, yes, indeed, we just are doing developments just like we do in other places. But I'll be very honest, even IEBC has raised concerns, even Kenyans have raised concerns. For the optics, it seems like a noble gesture, but some people may question why now, especially now that we have the by-election. The cost of doing election in Kenya is becoming extremely expensive.
Ben, good question. And yes, I agree that the cost of elections in Kenya is exorbitant. But that's not new. That is hardly new. That's what has been over the years. And as you're rightly putting it, to the extent that candidates who are not well-heeled are locked out of national elections. To an extent, it is a fault of the electorate. It is a fault of the electorate themselves, because the electorate allow themselves to be bribed or to be given goodies, allow their sovereign will to be subverted through interventions of those who hold the purse strings. So it's a fault of the electorate. As Agatha has said, there is a lot of civic education that is being done. And that continues to be done, I think, so that the electorate get to really know what their civic duty really entails. We are, in my view, we are still a long way off, because, as the Bible says, a poor man's wisdom is always despised. It's rarely appreciated. It's unfortunate, but that's what it is. I mean, all the way down from the MCA level. We see MCAs, anecdotal evidence again suggests that to be an MCA in this country, if you don't have about 5 to 10 million shillings, then your campaign is dead on arrival. to be a member of parliament, I think you need about 50 million shillings thereabouts. To be a governor, you probably need 200 million plus. To be president, you need upward of 5 billion shillings. So we have internalized that as a country. We have made it our new normal. And we then vote for the candidate for the highest bidder, so to speak. So it's something that we need to work on, first of all, as the electorate, rather than point fingers at the politicians who suborn us with these goodies. The issue is with us.
Yeah. Agatha, looking at the numbers that Leo is giving us for MCA, I can't even vie for an MCA, despite that I'm learned, I know what is happening, I know matters governance, I can speak to people, but I cannot afford that. So how do we cap that? Do you believe we should be capping election spending? Because I know IBC has tried to do some capping, but looking at those figures, they're still very, very, very high for just an election.
Yes, Ben, the amounts are very high. And the role of campaign financing sits squarely with IBC. And we have seen that they are doing something about it. And this has been a journey that IBC has tried to make sure that there is campaign financing, but there are always issues when it comes to finishing the process, the legal process, for it now to be implemented.
But are you disturbed by the amount of money that are being spent for just a civic seat, just a parliamentary seat, governor and president, as you've had? And even if somebody earns 5 million per month, he cannot recoup that with a salary alone. So it just shows you that there's more than meets the eye.
It's true, the amounts are quite huge. And for me, I would look at it in terms of thinking at it from a very wide perspective. Because when IBC gives the campaign financing regulations or the guidelines and the laws, it is to protect the candidate, because you will spend less, you will not need so much. And it will also protect the voter. Protect the voter in this way, that if I have not spent so much money as a candidate, when I go into office, I will think about, I will be free, my mind will be free to work for you, instead of thinking how much I have spent. And as you've rightly put it, when you spend so much money and the salary is only this much, then you can see the disparity. So I think we need to approach it from the understanding of the candidate themselves, that this campaign financing is coming to make sure that they don't spend so much money. And also for the voters, just to look at it from the other side of the coin, that if this person spends so much and they are doing it because of me, then how well are they going to serve me when they get into the leadership positions? So for me, I would say it's a good thing that IBC has made some steps in the direction of ensuring that we have proper campaign financing.
Yes. Let's just look at integrity, Leo, and let's be honest. We have members of parliament who have active cases in court. We have there's one who was convicted of corruption. I covered that case. He was taken to committee. He's a sitting MP. Allow me not to just mention him so that I'm not targeting him. He was sentenced at the High Court because of a corruption case. He was taken to committee. He spent a couple of weeks or months there. He did apply for appeal, and he was given bond. He's out in 2022. He went to the ballot. He's now a sitting member of parliament. I think, if you ask me, if we don't look at integrity, then we have questionable leaders everywhere we go. And we cannot just always be crying out corruption, our MP is not doing ABCD. If we don't look at these people before we elect them.
Ben, Chapter 6 of the Constitution actually talks about the integrity of public officers. And it spells it out in black and white. But the dictates of that chapter have been, quote-unquote, subverted over the years, so that allegedly criminal elements are allowed to run for public office. And we see now that as long as somebody has been convicted but has an appeal at various levels of our criminal justice system, as long as the appeal has not been heard and determined at the highest level, so I mean at the apex court, then they still they can still run for public office. In my view, that's not what Chapter 6 intended. I think the framework of Chapter 6, if you look at the spirit, there's always the spirit and there's always the letter of the law. I think the spirit of that law intended that as long as you are publicly fingered in any corrupt practice, you'll be precluded from running for political office. But like I've said, it has been quote-unquote subverted and twisted to the extent that criminal elements, allegedly criminal elements, are now running for public office unhindered. It's sad. It's sad, but that's not what the law intended. Yeah.
Agatha, I'm looking at lessons from previous by-elections. What can we draw and apply here in All Kalou from where you sit from your office?
One of the lessons that has come from previous by-elections is low voter turnout, as you rightly mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
And it's something that is very costly in terms of the amount of money that has gone to prepare for that election and the actual number of people who come out to make it happen. And as an office, we liaise with political parties because there is a trend of Kenyans listening more to political parties than and the political leaders than to anyone else, just to drum up for the by-elections, drum up voters so that they can be able to come out in large numbers and exercise their right to vote. And this is not just directly to the political parties that are participating in the election, but also to all the other political parties through the Political Parties Liaison Committee platform. And we hope that with the All Kalou we'll be able to see higher numbers resulting from this drama.
And actually, we are hoping that it's going to be very peaceful.
Yes.
Yeah, basically from what we've seen in the campaigns, we are just praying and hoping that the best man wins. Yeah, it's about a minute to 11 a.m. Just in case you joined us, we're keeping tabs with the All Kalou by-election. And so far, as you have seen, Governor Badilisha has already voted. And we have seen Samuel Mushina Nyaga voted earlier on. Samika Maungodo of DCP has even issued a press conference a couple of minutes ago. But when we come back, we still continue with this conversation. I have the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties, and we also have Leo Kafafa, who is a political and governance expert. When we come back, we still have more news and also be crossing over to know exactly how the voting process is going on. You're watching Channel 1.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera, or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers. Moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
Baby, kalungia mama Beberi window kadengo ni mama Toto baby window kalungia mama
Slim Nyarawendo
Beberi ina madengo ni okolma
SNA
Toto ina madengo
Radio Mayiga Mato Marwa.
Welcome back to KBC Channel 1. Many thanks indeed for keeping us company. We're keeping tabs with what is happening in Kalou in the by-election. And let's first of all now hear what the Regional Commissioner Joshua Nkanata had to say a little bit earlier on in regards to the preparations and the exercise itself.
Hili exercise ya kupiga kura kwa hii eneo ya Kalou imeanza asubuhi, na so far tunafurahia kutangazia Wakenya na watu wa eneo hili ya kwamba tunaanza kwa usalama na kwa amani. So hakuna mahali tunasikia kukiwa na shinda. Tuko kila mahali, na kazi yetu hasa ni kupeana usalama na kuhakikishia wananchi wa eneo hili ya kwamba usalama wao umehakikishwa na serikali. Tunataka kusema kwamba ama ku appeal to the citizens, wale hasa voters wa eneo hili wajitokeze kwa wingi, wakuje wapige kura. Hakuna haja kuwa na uoga ama nini, wakuje wa exercise their democratic right, so that by the end of the day ama wakati zoezi likifungwa watakuwa wamejichagulia mjumbe yao. Tunataka kusema kwamba vituo zote zile IMPC wanafanya shughuli zao za kupigisha kura, walituomba pia sisi tukapeana askari. Nafikiria kila kitu iko na askari wawili wa kusimamia kila stream, na so far so good. Mahali wananchi watakuwa na tatizo, tunataka kuomba wa report chochote kile waona akiwafurahishi katika kituo cha polisi kile kiko karibu na wao, ama kwa wale askari wako karibu wale mahali wako. Thank you.
Kuna kisa ambacho mwaniaji mmoja ambaye amepiga kura hapa anasema kilifanyika hapo jana, pengine uchunguzi ama nini, hatua gani ambazo mnachukua? Anasema kwamba kuna gari liliteketezwa likipeleka agents wake mahali.
Sisi kusema ukweli hakuna ripoti kama vitengo vya usalama tumepokea kuhusiana na kisa kama hicho, lakini kama litakuwa limeripotiwa katika vituo vyetu vya polisi tutafanya uchunguzi. Na tunaomba, kwa sababu tunasikia kuna wale hata wanaenda wakiwa hawana number plate kwa magari zao. Kila mtu ajue ni hatia kuendesha gari ambalo halina number plate, na maafisa wetu wa usalama wakipata gari halina number plate, basi hilo gari litashikwa na kupelekwa station. Tunasema asa polling station yaachiwe tu wale maafisa wa IMPC na wale wapiga kura na askari wale wako na kazi pale. Wageni wowote wale wengine wasipatikane katika range ya 400 meters wenyeji. Lakini kama kuna mtu ambaye amekuja kwa nia ya kufuruga uchaguzi, huyo tutapambana naye tu. Tuko hapa kwa sababu ya hiyo tu.
That has been Joshua Nkanata, the Central Regional Commissioner. They are just giving us a brief. Allow me just to point out a few things that he has mentioned. Is that in a brief is that security is up to date. Has urged people to come out and vote and exercise their right. So far, so good. No challenges so far, security-wise, that is. And also warning those who want to cause chaos that they will be met with the full force of the law. And he has also mentioned something. Allow me just to mention this, Leo, the vehicles with no registration numbers. this is something that we have also seen during the campaigns. And unfortunately, we also witnessed those vehicles when we were covering the Mbeere North by-election. So far, we do not know, no political party, no political formation has come out to say that indeed the numbers that lack the registration numbers, the vehicles that lack the registration numbers are either from any of the political divide. What security challenge does this pose? The reason being, he has mentioned that security is up to date, but looking at our constituency that has 73,000 registered voters, we have 1,000 police officers, and we also have the general election next year. This could be a security challenge?
Okay, let me start off with the fact that there are vehicles operating without registration. That's an illegality, straight up.
Yeah.
And any such vehicle, as I think the regional county commissioner has pointed out, should be impounded on site. There are no two ways about it. There are no questions about it. It cannot even be undercover policemen operating without registration. That is an illegality. But we do know that undercover policemen in this country operate with vehicles that are registered. I mean, rather with vehicles that have registration plates. If not GK, I think they have an array of, an assortment of number plates that they get to use and that can be traced back to them. So when you see one without plates, that's definitely not from officialdom. That's definitely not from the government. But about security, I think there's adequate security. I had one of the IEBC officials say that there are two police officers attached to every polling station within the constituency. And you do know that a polling station has a maximum of about 600 voters, thereabouts. Two policemen superintending over 600 people is adequate. When you look at it from a governance perspective, because internationally, the accepted ratio of civilians to policemen, I think, is 450 civilians to one policeman. One police officer actually is supposed to superintend over 450 individuals. So if you have two policemen manning a polling station that has 600 people, it means the ratio then is one policeman to 300 people. That is adequate. And that should be what informs the arrangements going forward into the next elections, into the general elections of 2027, where we have one policeman per 300 Kenyans. Adequate, because that one solitary policeman oversees an area of about, the two policemen together oversee an area of about 400 square meters. That is adequate. But that also presupposes that citizens also have respect for the law. So the onus is also on citizens, because where there's no respect for the law, for the rule of law, then even if you poured 1,000 policemen to superintend over 600 individuals, it will be chaotic. So what is of importance is that citizens must also learn to respect the law and the rule of the law.
Agatha, still on the same, quite frankly, 1,000 officers for one single constituency. What does this say about our political culture heading to 2027? The reason I'm asking this is because if we do a simple math, we have 290 constituencies? If we have 1,000 officers per constituency, it's not even possible because we don't have those numbers. And looking at all Kalou, 1,000 police officers, how does this speak to our political culture as we're looking at 2027, which is just a year away?
For me, I think the police and the security organs are key when it comes to elections, because beyond the people, there is materials, the electoral materials that need to be safeguarded. And beyond the polling stations, there is also the tallying centers, and there is the people themselves, the returning officers, and the people who are basically doing the election. So I think they are a key player, and they enhance or ensure that there is security within our spaces. And even from the past, the National Police Service has never had challenges providing security for purposes of election, as much as we have so many polling stations which need at least 2 officers. And I would want to look at it from a positive perspective where we would rather have security and there is no violence there and nobody loses their life, the materials are secure, than where we do not have and then we have problems. So as a key electoral player, I think the security forces, as we were also assured the other day by IG, are properly deployed, and we expect to have a good day and a very secure
The
day
question
campaign.
will be, what will happen in next year's election, if at all we do an audit of our election and our campaigns and see that we could be having an Kalau situation where we will need 1,000 cops. We don't have those numbers to cascade to the 290 constituencies. We even don't have numbers for half of that.
My response to that would be that a by-election setup is very different from a general election setup, because right now all eyes are in Kalau. But come the general election, all eyes will be in all the 290 constituencies in Kenya. So the security situation may not be as bad as probably has been assessed for a by-election. Whereas we have so many members from political parties and leaders drumming up support for all Kalau, come 2027, everybody will be in their constituencies trying to secure their seats, or minding the business of their areas, whether at the ward level, at constituency, or even at the county level. So I think the risk will be spread, if I may put it that way, and therefore we will not need such high concentration of security in one area. And that is where now we drew the difference between a by-election and a general election. But having said that, I think the security should be allowed to do their work. Yes.
All right, Leo, let's get to the politics of it all. The front runners, the three political parties, two are one of the biggest political parties in the country, that is UDA and Jubilee. And then there's the new kid on the block, that is DCP. Who has the most to lose from your assessment of politics? Who has the most to lose in case of either way? Because it can go either way. It can go actually 9 ways.
I think the one with the party with the most to lose is DCP. DCP, first of all, does not have a presidential candidate as we speak. Jubilee have pronounced themselves. I mean, Jubilee have a party leader, and I think a nominee for the president has emerged from within Jubilee. For UDA, it's quite obvious that the incumbent will continue, will run for re-election rather. But DCP does not seem to have a presidential candidate. And DCP, as you're rightly putting it, is a new kid on the block. They have everything to prove. They have to fight to gain space, to gain valuable space. And if they lose, it means, and more so if they lose to Jubilee, it would mean that the position that they have tried to wrest from Jubilee as the de facto leaders of the Mount Kenya community will be completely lost. And that's an advantage. That's the advantage that they have enjoyed since their formation. Being a party that purports to speak for an entire region. If that advantage is lost in a by-election, then it does not bode well for DCP. They're the ones with the most to lose. UDA has won a number of, I think, like we've discussed earlier, about 95% of the by-elections that have been conducted thus far. So for them, if they lose one more so, if they lose one rather, and more so in a strong, in an area that is not considered their stronghold, it's no sweat off their backs. It will be business as usual. I mean, they've already proved that they can deliver, having won other by-elections. So it's a tussle again between DCP and the Jubilee Party. So whoever wins carries the day. Whoever loses, or whoever even becomes runner-up out of three, assuming that UDA carries the day, whoever then becomes runner-up becomes the de facto leader of Mount Kenya. But whoever loses, more so, whoever becomes number 3 after UDA, presumably, and after UDA, presumably, then has the most to lose from a region that is looking to these two parties.
Just marinate on this question, because indeed it's true, Jubilee has taken 95% of all the seats that have been the by-elections. A practical example is Mbeere North. Allow me to use this because I have all the numbers and I actually was there. The constituency, the former member of parliament there was the current CS, Geoffrey Keringaruko, who had won that seat on a DP party ticket. The two civic seats that were in Evurori and Mumenje ward, they were... UDA didn't get anything during the 2022 election, but it came and swept all these. I would like to pick your mind in regards to, as we head to the 2027 election, what confidence it gives the ruling party. But before then, allow me to ask Madam Agatha, in case of any electoral malpractices by the political parties, what sanctions can we expect from your office?
The registrar has leeway to put sanctions for breach of the code of conduct, and some of the sanctions depend. One of the things the registrar can do is to issue notices to the political party that they have done 1, 2, 3, and they need to correct on that. And of course, liaise with the political party on a continuous basis, just to ensure that whatever notice has been given has been fully implemented. The registrar may also issue warnings where the gravity of the matter is not so heavy. The registrar can suspend a political party, and once a political party has been suspended, it will have lesser rights than one that is fully registered, and therefore that makes that becomes a disadvantage for the political party. And even in cases where such a political party is enjoying funding from government, what we call the political parties fund, then in some circumstances such funding may also be withdrawn. And the last thing the registrar can do is to deregister the political party, where the political party is killed and stopped being in operation. So those are some of the ways in which the registrar can be able to crack the whip, especially when it comes to going against the code of conduct for political parties and also the act as a whole in general.
Allow me to put you on the spot on this question in regards to the sanctions themselves. You've outlined a number of sanctions that anyone who contravenes these laws can meet. Have we had any case studies of, because we saw IEBC did find the two legislators a couple of days ago. When it comes to your side, the political party, have we seen any cracking of that whip?
Yes, and I want to say that unlike the Electoral Code of Conduct, which only applies and within the electoral period, the Political Parties Act applies throughout the period. And the registrar may not have cracked the whip when it comes to electoral-related offences, but on a continuous basis, we have seen the registration happen, although the matters are in court of two parties recently, I think beginning of this year, for non-compliance with the Political Parties Act. And we also do compliance on a quarterly basis, just to ensure that the conditions for which you become a political parties are maintained. And after every quarter, we are able to issue notices to the political parties that you are not doing well here, you are not doing well here, and we give you timelines. And if you are not able to fulfill within those timelines, then the registrar can go to suspension. And that is what has actually led to the deregistration of the two parties that are in court as we speak. And some of them have, I think one of them has been reinstated by court. So it's something that happens on a continuous basis, even outside the electoral period.
Leo, to my question, how the political formations and the winner of it all today is going to shape up the 2027 general election. Yes, this seat also didn't belong to UDA. It's good to also acknowledge that it was a Jubilee party seat, but we have 3 players, of which, we have 9 players, but we have the front runners, the 3 front runners. How is it going to be shaping up the conversation, our conversation in terms of the vote-rich Mount Kenya block? Because, as I say, I believe this election is high stakes because of also the region that the by-election is in.
Correct. You're right, Ben, in the sense that it's high stakes on account of the region. My thinking is that the UDA party, or rather, let me talk about the government of the day. The government of the day is clawing back territory that it had lost. History reveals that incumbents are seldom popular within their within the first 3 years of their term of office. Essentially because many times they are forced to make very hard decisions for the benefit of the country, but that lead to hardship when it comes to citizens of the country. I'll give an example of Mwai Kibaki. When Mwai Kibaki came in, there were headlines in the Standard that said, talked about Kenyans complaining, I think when he was midterm, and they were saying that life had become appreciably harder under President Kibaki than it had been under Moi. But when we watched the tail end of Kibaki's administration, I mean, we saw a lot of positivity, and today he's celebrated as one of Kenya's best presidents. And so it has been, even with the Kenya Kwanza administration. They came in, of course, under that wave of euphoria, and the mountains voted for this administration to Aman. Then there was a fallout. I think within the first couple of years, there was a fallout between the quote-unquote supreme of the mountain at that time and the president, that is William Ruto. And the mountain has been disaffected by that fallout. They have felt aggrieved, they have felt disenfranchised by that fallout. Although, from where I sit, that those feelings are largely manufactured. They're largely driven by a narrative, because the truth of the matter is the mountain continues to occupy a very central place in the administration of William Ruto. Going even by the number of CSs and technocrats that continue to hold public office from the mountain. So that's a perception, and it's informed by narrative. But now, the things that have made the government unpopular over the last 3 years are beginning to bear fruit. This government came in. When it did come in, the coffers were dry, as the then former deputy president rightly said. The coffers were dry on account of public debt. And for the last 3 years, the government has struggled with the austerity measures. That's fiscal consolidation, amongst other things like taxation, more aggressive taxation, to the detriment of people's pockets. But I keep saying that the government has now gotten its macroeconomics right. Last year I wrote an article in the newspaper and I said that having gotten the macroeconomics of the country right, the government then needed to get the microeconomics right. It needed to put money in people's pockets. And I talked of 3 main things that it needed to do. And the first was to pay pending bills that had been carried over from the last administration. And the second was to engage big-ticket infrastructure projects. Because from these big-ticket infrastructure projects, money flows. And you know, our economy is driven by a lot of by government spending, particularly on development. And the third thing that I talked about was dealing with corruption. Now, right now, as we speak, a lot of contractors have been paid and they've moved back to site because the government has securitized some of the funds that it collects from citizens, specifically the road maintenance levy fund. It has been securitized. Quite a bit of money has been released. It has been paid to contractors. They have moved to site, and their money is beginning to circulate. Then, of course, we know that there are big-ticket infrastructure projects that are ongoing as we speak. One of them is the Rironi Mau Summit Road. The other is the extension of the SGR to Malaba and beyond. The other is, of course, the contract that has been awarded for the building of the extension of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and the building of a new terminal. And then there are myriad other projects that you can see within the country taking place. Money is beginning to circulate. And I'm not just speaking out of turn. I will refer back to the Stanbic Bank Purchasing Managers Index of last year, towards the tail end of last year, November. For the first time, it registered positivity. For the first time in about 5 or 6 years, it registered positivity. But for the fact that we had this Gulf War that has interrupted that positive tangent, it would have continued registering very impressive growth figures. People are seeing, the mountain is seeing, that it is not just rhetoric. There's actually tangible action behind the rhetoric of the president. And they are now beginning to debunk a lot of the myths that they have been told about the president or about the ruling party, that the president is tribalist, or he just focuses on other parochial issues, or he focuses on corruption for his benefit. They are beginning to see that these are just myths that have been peddled. In fact, talking about corruption, this is the first time that an administration has actually taken very tangible steps, tangible and practical steps to fight corruption. In the last administration, we had all these, what I call flashbang techniques, where you throw a dart grenade and all it does is provide sound, but does not have any other effect. Kamata Fridays, you take 100 people to court, the court can't even process 100 people charged from one charge sheet. It's practically impossible. So at the end of the day, nothing happens, and all these things result in acquittals. Now, this administration has done things quietly when it comes to tackling corruption. First, they've leveraged technology. They have introduced concepts like electronic government procurement, where all procurement is done electronically, where everyone now has people who really need to see what is happening within government have a bird's eye view on whatever is happening. They've also introduced concepts like treasury single account, where the resources now are put in one basket, and avoiding the situations where one arm of government or one ministry has abundant resources and the other does not have, forcing the government to borrow basically to level the playing field. It has also introduced things like accrual accounting and zero-based budgeting. All this within this financial year. So
and you say
people
this maybe could sway voters not only in Ol Kalou as we head to the general election.
The attitudes are changing. I monitor social media quite a bit. For the first 3 years, it was negativity upon negativity. There was absolutely no way you could convince people on social media to give this government a chance, a snowball's chance in hell. There was absolutely no way. Now, the narrative is different. It's still 50-50, but you can see that perceptions are changing, and there's clawback. What the government lost in 2023 is now being clawed back, inch by inch, inch by inch. We have optics, as you rightly said, optics matter in this country. And when you see these big-ticket infrastructure projects being rolled out, when you see the highway now to Naivasha, and the other through, I think, Maimahiu onward to Nakuru, being built. There are graders on the ground. There is heavy earth-moving equipment. There is movement. When you see these optics, it gives...
Still on the same, allow me to pose this question, picking from what you've talked about and the optics of what we have seen. Looking at social media, looking at the dailies, looking at the television, or even listening to radio, you will hear claims or complaints of government machinery during the by-election. We had the same issue when we had the Mbere North by-elections. We had the same issue come up in regards to government machinery being used, because the government is the UDA party is backing government is backing their candidate, the UDA candidate. Have you heard these complaints of the usage of government resources and even staff in the Olkalau by-election?
Well, from political parties' point of view, let me start by saying that no official complaint has
No
come.
official complaint in regards to, because we had, there are some projects we have seen over the last couple of months in Olkalau, including the boats, including the gas cylinders, the mattresses. There has not been a complaint in regards to government usage of resources in this by-election.
Yes, but let me also add and say,
yes,
as an office, we administer the political parties fund, and we have quite a number of parties that benefit from this fund. I think in this cycle, they've been 47 minus the ANC currently. And one of the uses of political parties fund is to promote representation. It's actually, parties are actually required to use at least 30% of that amount towards promotion of representation, especially of women, PWDs, and youth. And that fund is also allowed to be used to cover election expenses. And in having said that, the parties that some of the parties that are participating in this by-election are actually beneficiaries of the political parties fund. And so long as they are not using the fund to contravene the code of conduct, either by bribing or by paying members and supporters directly, then the parties are allowed to use the fund for that particular reason. And but having said that, the accountability measures must cut across at all levels. You who has seen that should be able to file a complaint and also give evidence. Because without that, even if the case goes to the various duty bearers, then it will not go anywhere.
Let's look at still on the same one, the fund, because sometimes it could be a little bit difficult to audit this fund. Do we have anybody who audits these funds?
Yes, the political parties are registered as public entities. All of them, those who receive and those who don't receive, because even beyond the fund, there is also the other monies that political parties receive from public, as maybe membership contributions or donations. So all that is regarded as public money. And as a public entity, you are subject to audit by the Office of the Auditor General. So at the end of every year, all the parties that receive funding, all of them are audited. That is usually the first sample, even before the OAG goes to the parties that are not receiving the fund. And once the audit has been done, the registrar comes in terms of looking at the issues that have been raised in every audit report. And where we have an adverse opinion or a disclaimer, those are the worst opinions when it comes to audit, then the registrar withholds the funds until those issues have been resolved between the party and the Office of the Auditor General. So the funds are audited just like any other government or public institution.
The reason I'm asking this is because from the government, from the UDA side, let's say what is happening are the campaigns, they've been funded by the political parties fund. But does it constitute to any political parties malpractice when we see maybe government officials who are supposed to be apolitical spearheading this or championing these projects?
Yes, it does. But we need to draw the difference between the fund and other support that comes outside the fund. Because remember, even way before the spending of this fund is done, the party prepares a work plan and submits that work plan to ORPP. And that work plan is reviewed and accepted before the funds are disbursed. So the fact that there is what you are seeing and what is happening in Ol Kalou does not necessarily mean that that money is coming from the fund. But as I have rightly put it, for the authorized purpose of the fund, the party is at liberty to use the fund to promote.
Yeah, UDA and Jubilee are one of the biggest parties. And from the campaigns, Leo, we have seen that, yes, indeed, they could be using the funds that they have marshaled or some of the funds from the political parties' registrar. And I would like to pick your mind in regards to the government officials that we have seen having projects there. Yes, indeed, it's not wrong to have projects there, or any other part of the country for that matter. But some have argued that if it's a government project, it should have been earlier or not during the campaign. And during these campaigns, then government officials, including the public, the principal secretaries or even the cabinet secretaries, should not be seen to be together with the political parties, because these are government officials who are not supposed to be leaning on any political divide.
Ben, I think there was an interpretation, I think, of the law that allowed the cabinet secretaries to advance the president's agenda wherever he wanted, or wherever he wanted development to be focused on. And UDA can argue that the CSS who are on the ground and bringing development to the people of Ol Kalou are essentially executing the agenda of the president, because they are part of the executive, and the executive has that mandate to bring development to different parts of the country wherever he deems advisable to.
Just a minute, Leo, apologies for that. I'm informed that the NLP candidate, that is Stephen Waithaka Wanyoike, as you can see, he is the one voting at Gashwe Primary School in Ol Kalou. Again, that is the NLP candidate, Stephen Waithaka Wanyoike, casting his ballot at Gashwe Primary School in Ol Kalou. I don't know whether he'll be issuing a presser after that, but let's wait and see. It's always good to always cover all the 9 candidates. At least we've had a number of them cast their ballots. We are hoping by 12 or by 1 p.m. a number, because 9 is also a large number. Apologies for that, but kindly continue.
Yeah, so Ben, like I was saying, there's that interpretation of the law. I think it was decided in a court of law that CSS are appendages of the executive, and because they are appointees of the executive, they can execute the executive's mandate wherever the executive sends them to. The other way of looking at it is to ask whether the people of Ol Kalou are complaining about the development that they are receiving. Yeah, it's national resources being used to develop national assets within Ol Kalou, and I'm sure if you ask the people of Ol Kalou, they have absolutely no complaint to make. I've not heard a single one of them say, we are now oversaturated with development and we want the government to take their goodies away. I've not heard the people of Mbeere complaining, or anywhere else where by-elections have been had and the government's development agenda has focused. So I think until we get complaints, official complaints.
Yeah. I totally concur, because even Madam Agatha has said that in regards to the same, they have not had any complaints of any political party breaching the political party's code of conduct so far. I'm also looking at what we should be looking at, the lessons that we can borrow from Ol Kalou so far. Let me just say so far, because the election is still underway. But looking at Banisa, Mbeere North, we've had in West Kabras, we've had in Isiolo. What are some of the lessons we can pick up, and what are some of the challenges as the registrar you observed that we need to be looking at before we head to the big election?
I think as a registrar, I had already talked about the issue of low voter turnout.
Yes.
Which we are liaising with the political parties to help drum up people so that they can come out and vote. because people listen to their leaders, even more than they listen to institutions at times.
Yeah.
The other thing that I would like to mention is that the issue of enforcement, compliance and enforcement to the code of conduct has been a challenge, mainly because of the things we are talking about, lack of official complaints and lack of evidence. And I think it is the high time that Kenyans knew their roles and their responsibilities when it comes to elections, so that if there are such malpractices, then people need not fear to come out and report them, so that corrective action can be taken on time. But thirdly, when it comes to political parties, and more so as we go towards the general election, we might have all the 98 registered political parties participating, which is a jump from the 9 that are participating today. And it is important for parties to speak to each other, either through the political parties forum or even within the parties themselves, so that they can see each other as Kenyans by the end of the day and fully understand that this is a competition that must have a winner and a loser, and Kenya will remain one even as we go forward. So I think those are some of the lessons I can be able to pick, and they have really worked well within the by-elections, and we hope that even as we continue convening these forums, they are even going to have more impact as we go towards the general election. Yeah.
And I believe you wanted to add something. I believe we were talking about peace. Everybody's talking about peace from the county, from the regional commissioner. Yesterday we did speak to the county commissioner Jardesa. I believe you also IBC in the morning. Yesterday we've only been talking about peace. What role should political parties play in ensuring there is peace, especially during elections? Not only in all Kalou, but as we head to 2027?
I think I would like to take us back to our constitution. Article 4 talks about Kenya being a multi-party state, but it also talks about operating within the principles and values as set out in the Article 10 of the Constitution. And when you look at Article 10, it has all the good values. It matters democracy, matters accountability, it talks about integrity, it talks about devolution, all the good things that Kenyans have decided to give themselves in the Constitution. And if you are able to actually live the values as stipulated in Article 10 of the Constitution, then I think we'll have a safe space for our politics and a peaceful environment, so that we are able to, politics become an issue of social development, not something to divide us, not something to bring violence, not something to bring the vices of bribery and corruption.
Allow us to now head back to All Kalou just to have a feel. I'm informed that at Gasho Primary School, the NLP candidate is Stephen Wanyuike is currently addressing the press. Let's listen in.
Naambia wakazi wa Kalou waendelee na that spirit, waendelee kujitokeza to cast those votes, and all rumor that kuna watu wamedeviate. Personally, I'm still in the ballot. Nilikuwa nimesikia rumor somewhere that I joined this DCP's whatever. That is something hatujamaji na wao. We are not collaborating. So my voters, mahali wote wako, kama hujatokea nyumbani, it's time when to express your vote, or express your democratic right and cast your vote. Thank you.
How was the process inside?
The process was smooth. At least nimefurahia the way they are verifying. So I can congratulate IBC. Unless kukuwe na any other shenanigans after tumeweka votes zetu, the process imenifurahisha. Venye unaingia, unaverifyiwa your ID, then biometrically unaangaliwa that you are in the BVR, and then the not the register, the booth. Niambie my followers, the booth is very safe. Kulikuwa na rumors, watu wengine walikuwa wanauziwa uoga, sijui alikula pesa kwa hoteli na nini, so they should be careful. Kutawekwa CCTV. It's very safe. As a follower wa Stephen Onyika Idhaka, usikuwe na wasiwasi.
That is NLP candidate Stephen Waithaka Wanyoike saying that the process has been seamless, and he has commended IEBC. That's something that we also need to be looking at in regards to having faith and believing in our institutions. But Leo, allow me to point out this. Again, I'll leverage on the Mbeere North by-election. The economy of Mbeere North on that day, and especially for the Chicago market, which is just almost where we were, the main tallying center was, is really affected by elections and general election as well. We have seen during general election some of investors pull out, some of them scale down their businesses. How can we ensure that election just become just like any routine day, just like taking your kid back to school, no drama, no businesses closing? How far does it affect our economy?
I think it's a work in progress. Agatha has talked about civic education.
Yeah.
A lot of these perceptions of violence and hooliganism and the likes are perceptions that are in the minds of people. A lot of them are narratives also that are advanced by contenders, basically to either malign other candidates or to lure people to their side. If we take care of these perceptions, if we take care of these manufactured images in people's minds, then elections just become routine. But again, to your point and what we just had a few minutes ago, IEBC has actually proved that they can conduct free, fair, and credible elections. The new IEBC, because we have to make a note of the fact that these commissioners have been in office for about a year. And in that 1 year, they've conducted 32 by-elections. Of the 32 by-elections that they've conducted, I think only 2 have been appealed. And of the 2 that have been appealed, none of the appeals has been successful. So it speaks a lot about IEBC. I think, as you said, we should have now confidence in our institutions. When we have confidence that our institutions are getting it right, then we approach elections as a matter of routine. There is no fear. Agatha also talked about the fact that by-elections are hotly contested. There's a lot of focus, national focus on just one position. But when it comes to national elections, you have elections carried out simultaneously across various levels of representation, right from the MCA all the way to the president. So the specter of violence, even if it is manufactured by detractors of the process, does not have much sway in the people, because everyone is so busy, everyone is extremely busy looking out for their own positions across the entire 290 constituencies. So I think we're in a good place. I'll also just add and say that where there has been sporadic, where there has been episodic evidence, the multi-sector agencies that I talked about earlier can now come to work together. Agatha's office included, the DCI, that is the IG or the DCI and all his investigative agencies, the ESCC, IEBC itself, IPOA, they can all come in, work together to ensure that these things are done away with once and for all.
Allow me to mention something in regards to our institutions, and you will guide us in regards to that. More specifically, our electoral body. Not the new IEBC, but let's just go down memory lane in 2007, into all those elections from the likes of when it was ECK, Kivuito, we had Chisoni, we had Isaac Hassan, and we had Chebukati. IEBC has not had quite the confidence that Kenyans should be having based on what we've seen, based on the numerous election petitions that we've had, based on the violence that also we've had. How much confidence should we be putting on our electoral bodies? Because, as you said, it's a multi-sectoral approach. With the registrar of political parties, we have ABC, we have DCI, and we have the voters as well.
For me, I would want to look at it from a positive perspective. And I would like to challenge us as Kenyans to look at other electoral systems, to look at how political processes are conducted in other countries across the globe, and see how far we are in comparison. Because if you ask me, we have a very good constitution that have given us political rights. When you look at the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, in Africa, we only have 3 independent political regulators. Most of the others are either within the electoral management body or within another government institution. When it comes to IEBC, which is the electoral body, I don't think there is any country in this world that conducts 6 elections in one day, with all the challenges that we have,
and also the cost,
and is able to deliver the results. So I think it is the high time Kenyans trusted their institutions, but also be a part of trusting the institution should come from civic education. If you are, for example, interested in politics, you should know what the Office of the Registrar does, you should know what IBC does. You should understand it so that you can also become a good ambassador of explaining to others out there how these processes are done. Otherwise, I think our political institutions are doing a good job. There may be areas of improvement here and there, but Kenyans should trust that they have the best.
Leo, my director informs me that we have about 5 minutes, so I'm going to give you a minute or two for your closing statements.
Ben, I'm looking forward to the results this evening. We want to see, so far the voting has been conducted peacefully. I'm not surprised though. I think there's been a lot of preparation to ensure that everything runs peacefully. For me, from where I sit again, it's a contest between 2 of the 3 parties involved, and for the supremacy, a supremacy contest for the heart and soul of Mount Kenya. UDA is just a bystander. If UDA does win, it will be another feather in their cap. But whichever one of the 2 who comes second and third, if they do come second and third, it will prove then who has the upper hand in Mount Kenya.
You did mention if UDA wins. What if it doesn't clinch this seat? Does it water down its influence on Mount Kenya?
No, not at all. Okay, in Mount Kenya, yes, Mount Kenya is, so to speak, more or less under the ambit of these other 2 parties, Jubilee and DCP. That has been accepted, at least for the last 3 years. And I think from where UDA sits, it is prepared to go into next year's elections, even without the support of the mountain. But as a responsible political outfit, it will not want to leave anything to chance, and it is working at winning, clawing back the ground that it has lost over the last 3 years. So for them, if they lose right now, it's not too big of a deal for them, because out of the last 32 elections that they've held, they've won, I think, more than 95% of them. And it is expected that this being a UDA, being a Jubilee stronghold, they come in as the underdogs. If they register positively, if they become second, or if they win, then it means that whatever they've been trying to do to claw back the territory that they had lost to Mount Kenya is working.
Agatha, for your closing statements?
I would like to say that the constitution that we give ourselves give us a right to participate in political party processes, to join, to form, or to participate in forming, and to actively participate within all the processes of parties. And because this country belongs to all of us, I would like to urge Kenyans not just to wait for the election period, but to join political parties, to understand what...
And especially the young people.
And especially the young people, even the old. Actually, all people. I would urge you to join political parties, to learn what the political parties that you are joining present or propagate, and actively participate. So that by the time the leaders are coming from the political parties, we are very, very sure that what goes to IEBC is going to represent the kind of leaders that we want.
A very quick one. We have nine candidates there, but how many political parties are registered as of today?
Fully registered political parties are 98.
98.
And we have about 30 or thereabout that are in provisional registration.
Provisional.
Yes. But only the fully registered will participate in the election when that time comes. Yeah.
So the 30 plus should also pull up their socks and try and for...
Yeah, if all the 30 manage to pull through the full registration, then they will all be participating. And maybe I can also say that politics should not be used to divide us, but they should be used to strengthen us and to promote social development. Thank you.
That has been CPA Madam Agatha Wahome, who is the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties in the country. And just next to her, we have Leonard Kafafa, a geopolitical analyst, a public policy analyst, an author, a writer, an aviation expert. Well, the list is endless. Many thanks indeed for joining us, and thank you so much for your time. But we are not leaving. We are here for 24 hours today, and we are keeping tabs with what is happening in Ol Kalou. I'm now giving the baton to my colleague Kasichana Masha for the Swahili version of this program. Do have yourself a blessed afternoon. I'm Bentro Njue, and Anwangeshi has been assisting me on the sign language interpretation on the bottom of your script. Let's talk another time. Thank you.
Yazabal puts it home, and Spain lead. Striking penalty. The right hand side. It's not tucked into that corner, but it's powerful. It's accurate enough. What a start for the Spanish now, and they will also know the French. If they go hunting an equaliser, will leave space in behind.
I am Chef Ombachi. Today I'm cooking ugali na Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Boil water, done. Add Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Done. Grab your mwiko and stir the mixture. Done. Enjoy the amazing aroma. Enjoy incredibly soft ugali. Done. Ingia ligi ya kipekee na Ajab Premium Maize Meal.